This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visits South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end K'Morrin Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visits South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end K'Morrin Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA+, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visits South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, DeCorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA+ tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA+, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday nights. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday nights. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance. 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday nights. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Moore. He is, plainly put, the #1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end K'Morrin Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the #2 team in the state in 6A, visits South Oak Cliff, #2 in 5A Division II. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Moore. He is, plainly put, the #1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end K'Morrin Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA Plus. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight.
Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA+, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA+ tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA+, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the number 1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance. 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's one of the top games across the state in Week 2 as a pair of teams expected to play at AT&T Stadium in December square off. Duncanville, the number 2 team in the state in 6A, visit South Oak Cliff, number 2 in 5A Division 2. These are two programs that know and respect each other a ton. The bond between head coaches Reginald Samples and Jason Todd runs thick, and together they own a significant chunk of the responsibility for elevating the Dallas area over their careers. But for one night this Friday, they and their teams are opponents, and we'll get to see two premier football teams square off. Players to watch this week for Duncanville, it's their superstar wide receiver, Decorian Moore. He is, plainly put, the #1 wide receiver in America in the senior class. He has been a difference maker for years for the Panthers, but now it's his time, and the Oregon commit is worth the price of admission all by himself. For South Oak Cliff, it's defensive end Kamaran Morgan, a 4-star prospect committed to Baylor. Morgan will be chasing around Duncanville quarterback Keelan Russell all night, hoping to make the Duncanville offense work for every yard. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV.
Good Friday night, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus tonight. Jonah Javad will be announcing the game, the Duncanville Panthers versus the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears at Kincaid Stadium in Dallas tonight. There is a low chance for a shower or thunderstorm. It's only a 20% chance, 7 and 8 o'clock. That's kickoff is 7. Temperature's not bad, though. We'll stay in the low 80s through the game, a northeast wind. It'll actually feel very pleasant tonight if you're headed out to this game. Again, on WFAA Plus, we will be streaming this high school football game. It'll be a good one. And then if you're going to other football games around the area, and here's just another one, for example, Lancaster Tigers versus the Aledo Bearcats at Aledo Bearcats Stadium. Temperatures about the same, around 80 degrees throughout the evening. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. We'll have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible through about 8 p.m. Then rain chances will begin to diminish pretty quickly after that. Don't plan to be rained out or anything like that. Just don't be surprised if you see a shower or a storm. I know many people have seen that already throughout the afternoon. As we go through this evening, there's still, again, that chance for a shower or thunderstorm to roll through. This is 7 o'clock tonight. You'll see just a stray shower, maybe a rumble of thunder, nothing severe or anything like that. But that's 8 o'clock. You see a little bit of rain possible for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then we go to 9 o'clock. You see just how isolated this rain chance is. After 9 o'clock, that's it. Dry air moves into the area. Low humidity returns. The weekend looks fantastic. We have sunshine and highs in the middle 80s with low humidity this weekend. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday night. Enjoy Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
This week.
Duncanville, two of the most popular, most successful, most noteworthy programs in all of Texas high school football. And tonight, the City of Champions and the Mecca, two brand names with two legendary coaches, lay it on the line. And with that, we welcome you into the broadcast booth. I'm Jonah Javad alongside Heckma Harrison. And as far as non-district games go, it is hard to beat the one we've got here tonight, partner. A matchup between the number 2 ranked team in the state for Class 6A in Duncanville, the number 2 ranked team in the state for Class 5A Division II in South Oak Cliff. And I get the classifications. They don't meet on the schedule necessarily every year, but they've met. This is the 6th time in a row that these two teams are going head-to-head. A lot of familiarity on the field, but off it as well.
Hey, look, the classification means nothing in this game. This is a family affair, and I'm telling you, between Coach Reginald Samples and Coach Jason Todd, they are familiar with one another, as am I. And I'm telling you, when you talk about the line that is around this building, not only because of the rain, the lightning delay, but this building is going to be packed because everyone from Oak Cliff wants to come in and see all of these great athletes that are going to be out here on this field today.
I love the line that Coach Jason Todd shared with us earlier this week because, you know, Reginald Samples is the godfather. I like to think Todd is the Todd father. But he hasn't beat his former mentor. He's 0-5 the last 5 matchups. Duncanville's won all of those. And all he said is, I just want to get him once.
Yeah.
I just want to get him once so I can sit across the table from him and be able to talk some smack back to him.
No, absolutely. And then on the other side, what did Coach Samples say? He says, none of my assistants have ever beat me, so I don't think he's lit up anytime soon, Jonah.
He does not seem like he's ready for retirement anytime soon. You're right about that. We've got to get into our players to watch. We're going to start with the home team, South Oak Cliff. Kamari and Morgan, the Baylor commit. I mean, as far as edge rushers go, you'd be hard-pressed to find better ones in the entire country, a top 20 edge rusher committed to the Bears.
I'll tell you what, this kid is huge. 6'5", 240 pounds. And when he came over to Jason Todd, he's like, look, this kid is a generational talent. But not only that, there are generations of Morgans that have gone to South Oak Cliff, and he is just in the long list of Morgans that have gone here and that are moving on to do bigger things in college.
Listen, there's going to be so much talent on the field here tonight. It was hard for us to narrow our players to watch. I mean, watch all of them. But for Duncanville, you could say one kind of stands alone because one is the perfect number for him. He is the number 1 player, not just in the area, not just in the state, the number 1 receiver in the entire country, Decorian Moore.
He is special. And that really is an understatement. When you talk to Coach Samples Decorian Moore, he says he does something every game to surprise me. This kid is just in the long list of athletes to come through North Texas. Decorian Moore is going to etch his name all the way at the top of those names. He is number 1. He is the fastest kid in the state of Texas, but also his skills as a wide receiver are really unmatched. The trainer, who is a local trainer here, but a national trainer, David Robinson, he is one of the dogs that is coming out of that David Robinson stable. And I'm telling you, Decorian Moore will be a name that you will be seeing for years to come.
I love it. Shout out to Coach D-Rob.
Yeah.
You'll be able to find Decorian Moore on the field because he's got the green gloves on, green mouth guard as well. He's committed to Oregon. All right, Heckma, throw out the rankings, you say. It's time to play football. Two of the best programs in the entire state, just moments away right here on Friday Night Football.
The 12-yard touchdown. Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Geyer at North Crowley. Stream Friday night at 7 on WFAA Plus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
Thanks, Dunkus.
Thanks, Dunkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Growing up in Houston, I did not see a lot of people who looked like me consistently wearing their hair natural on TV. So being a voice has always been the goal.
Through her reporting, Tashara Parker raised awareness and elevated the conversation to help the Crown Act be signed into law, prohibiting discrimination based on hairstyle and texture.
The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
You are taking a live look at Kincaid Stadium as we are getting ready for kickoff between Duncanville and South Oak Cliff. They're about to do the coin toss. We will bring this game for you in just a couple of minutes right here on Friday Night Football. The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Dunkus.
Thanks, Dunkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game, the triumph of human spirit. It's victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game, the triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we got the heat advisory and air quality in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
Reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this story, of course. Be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with Daybreak. What about you?
The 12-yard touchdown. Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Delcus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game, the triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game, the triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we do have the heat advisory and air quality alert in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this. Of course, be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with Daybreak. What about you?
The 12-yard touchdown. Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
The 12-yard touchdown. Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
All right. After a 40-plus minute lightning delay, we are live on the air for the game between Duncanville and South Oak Cliff. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Jonah Javad, Heckma Harrison alongside and partner. Great game on deck here at Kincaid Stadium. Duncanville won the toss, decided to defer. Sock will start with the ball as head coach Jason Todd and his Golden Bears look to knock off his mentor Reginald Samples here tonight.
Yeah, get an opportunity right away to get a look at that Duncanville Panther defense, headed up by defensive coordinator Ramel Berner. And I tell you what, last year's Duncanville Panther defense was lights out, only allowing 13.4 points scored per game. And so these guys are definitely tough, and they're definitely tough and really talked about all through the season. Coach Warner has always manufactured those names over there on the defensive side of the ball. Last year, having the player that is now at the University of Texas in Colin Simmons. Wow, what a collision down there for 15.
And already a little physicality between these both teams on the opening kickoff as Levon Moulton.
That's what you were talking about earlier, about the classification not really meaning anything. You saw that collision down there. This is mano a mano and playing for the city pride right now, Duncanville versus Oak Cliff.
Carter Kopecky leading out this Golden Bears offense. He's the quarterback, number 12. And Heckma, this is a Sauk team that prides itself on defense. They're still trying to find what their identity is on offense as he takes the first snap from scrimmage here tonight.
Yeah, and I expect for Kopecky to come out and just try and rely heavily on this running game, as you see right here, handing this ball off to number 25, Damon Williams, and Williams out to the races right away. And I'm telling you, big play to get things started here for South Oak Cliff. And I'll tell you what, how about that for an icebreaker?
Oh, Damon Williams with a huge run to get things started. And, well, we were talking about how is Sauk going to stand a chance in this game against the 6A Panthers, and that's a heck of a way to get it started, flipping the field on the very first play from scrimmage.
And you get right behind this offensive line. They are massive up front at South Oak Cliff. Look at Bryson Ramsey Brooks, the center, 6'4", 330. So we have movement up front.
Head referee Shane Lawrence. We'll move South Oak Cliff even closer. The rest of our official crew tonight: umpire Timothy Witt, head linesman Michael Walton, line judge Daryl Robertson, side judge Crystal Cooksey, field judge Cage Galippi, and back judge Kay Cobbins.
And Kopecky comes right out here on first down and tries to get a ball to a slot receiver, throws the ball behind him. I'm telling you now, Jonah, what's going to have to happen here for both teams, or specifically South Oak Cliff on this first drive, bring those nerves down a little bit. Now, obviously, it's not big brother, little brother at all. It's just, look, you got the whole city watching right now for Kopecky. You could tell on that throw, man, he was a little antsy. Threw it behind his receiver.
Here on second down, Kopecky finds his target at the bottom of the screen. And they are going to rule it is incomplete.
And that's Reggie McNeil. You know, Coach Jason Todd talked about this wide receiver room and said, look, I need to see more from these guys. I need to see who's going to take the lead amongst my wide receivers, because he's looking for that apex. He's looking for the next guy.
He's looking for that number one, that alpha for sure.
Absolutely. And he has a few guys that have all kind of in the same bunch. He's wanting to see who's going to be the lead dog this year.
3rd and 5 for the Golden Bears on the opening drive of the game. Kopecky finds his man, and it's complete for a first down.
Came right back to that play.
Nate with the grab.
Yeah, came back to the earlier throw that Carter Kopecky just missed, and he's able to hit Nate Coleman. But what that does, easy throws, short throws for a quarterback, always allows them to settle in. And you see right now for Kopecky, he's got a few things going for himself, and they pick up the first down.
1st and 10 for Kopecky. And sails that one just high. Had a man-on-man coverage, looked like it was intended for Jalen Moore.
Yeah, initially I'm looking at Carter Kopecky, and maybe he thought he had a free play on that because there was movement up front from the Duncanville Panthers, but there was no flag. He may have forced that throw where he had a man wide open out in the flat. That's going to be one of those throws that he wishes that he had back.
Second down and 10, 2 to the left. As the receiver comes in motion. Kopecky with the handoff.
Boy, and I'm telling you, trailing the play is Kevin Ford, and Kevin Ford is the defensive end that everyone is expecting to be that next big name at Duncanville. He is a junior, 6'3", 240 pounds, and you see right there from that speed getting down the line of scrimmage why they put that large expectation on him. Man, that was fast, and he shut things down immediately.
Yeah, Mikael Trotter had very little room to go there, about a yard, and now it's 3rd down and long for Sauk. Another tight throw in coverage, and that one is defended expertly by Duncanville. Braylon Edwards with the knockaway in coverage.
And you see how tight these windows are that Kopecky is throwing into. He's got man coverage, and I'm telling you, Braylon Edwards was Velcroed on his wide receiver. Not a lot of room there. If he was able to complete that, that would have been a heck of a throw and catch.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you're talking single coverage on those types of throws. Receivers either got to create space in a hurry or he's got to have a big enough body that he can box him out and make the grab. Great defense there by Braylon Edwards. And now Sauk will attempt a field goal on its first drive of the ball game.
And whistles are blown. I'm going to say maybe Coach Samples is trying to ice the kicker here early in the first quarter.
Sounds like Coach Samples knows something about the kicking situation over at Sauk. And we've got a moment now, so we'll tell you about it. Leading up to last week's opener, South Oak Cliff's starting kicker, Joel Marquez, broke his leg in practice on the Wednesday before the season opener last week against North Shore. Heartbreaking for the kid. And so the backup is Cesar Olvera. And Olvera started last week's game. Marquez makes his mom drive him down to Houston for the opener so he could be there to support the specialist, the kicker, Cesar especially. So incredible teammate is Marquez. Heartbreaking for him and for any kid who deals with an injury, especially one to start before the season even begins.
Yeah, and Marquez, obviously, like you talked about, one of those guys that really is the character of the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, and everybody, whole team was gutted for him getting hurt, but just showing, like you said, the character that kid has. He drove all the way down 45 to make sure that he could be there to support his team. This isn't a chip shot by any means, so this is a tough one to get things started.
I was going to say Marshall Gibson will hold. And it splits the uprights.
How about that?
Cesar Olvera.
Hey, getting things started here at Kincaid Stadium. Not a chip shot, but 3 points on the board for the Golden Bears as they draw first blood.
I mean, I know it's not a touchdown, Heckma, but you're Sauk and you're going up against Duncanville defense that's among the best in the entire state. To come away with points on the opening drive has got to be somewhat encouraging. This is a Golden Bears ball club that is 0-5 against the Panthers these last 5 years in search of that breakthrough victory against Coach Reginald Samples.
Yeah, for Coach Todd, he'll take that as a small victory, but he knows that he can't trade field goals with Duncanville. Look, you get down there in the red zone, you get close, you want to get 7 points against this team because you know that this is a high-powered offense, and so defensively they're going to stress you out, and any opportunity that you have, Damon Williams has that big run, you want to cash in every time you get this Duncanville Panthers defense on the ropes.
Yeah, and perfect point. You never know how often you're going to get into the red zone against this Panthers defense. And so Olvera will kick it away as Duncanville gets set for its first offensive possession of the game.
And need to mention that this is Duncanville's first game of the season. They didn't play week 1. They didn't have an opponent. And when we talk with Coach Samples about it, he said, look, 9 is the lucky number for me. I'm a little suspicious. And so each time that we've won state titles, we've only had those 9 regular season games. Great return set up there for Duncanville.
Devin Green.
Look, and I think getting the ball to the 28, and you get an opportunity now to see that high flying Duncanville
listen,
offense.
if you joined our broadcast, which feels like an eternity ago because we had that lightning delay and a few hiccups along the way, but we previewed this about a while ago. Keelan Russell, starting quarterback for Duncanville. He'll start here on 1st and 10. The player to watch, bottom of your screen with the green mouth guard, the green gloves, that's the Oregon commit, DeCorian Moore. And very first play of the game, it's Russell to Moore and wrapped up. Great open field tackle
Yeah, you got to be there immediately. And boy, I tell you what, wasting no time getting downhill is number one. Marcel Gibson, man, that is the way that you close out on the speedster. Just don't allow him to get going. And look, Coach Ward, the defensive coordinator for the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, he is not going to back down from this challenge, and he is looking forward to seeing DeCorian Moore.
They're on second down. Small chunk run for Jaqueline Armstrong. You might see a few different running backs for Duncanville this evening. They are a bit of a committee approach, trying to fill in for that star running back who now plays over at LSU.
Yeah, Caden Durham is probably the name that you – man, this kid from so long playing for the Panthers, man, was such a workhorse, bell cow of a running back. Hard to replace that production.
Keelan Russell on third down. Somehow that ball makes its way through.
Oof.
And complete.
Oof.
Emmanuel Ellison with the grab moves the chains. And I thought two defenders had a chance at that one and somehow gets to Ellison.
Well, Kendrick Carter comes up and tries to, close the difference there.
Oh, quick throw on first down and it's dropped. The tight end, Zach Turner, had his hands on it. Might have started looking upfield.
And so new offensive coordinator for the Panthers, Jason Lavender, comes in and calling plays. And you see right now he's trying to set up that short game, setting up those bubble screens on South Oak Cliff, getting them to run sideline to sideline.
Receiver in motion, and it's pushed out. Another great defensive play by Sock to keep that one in front of them.
And that's Asen Theus. You see him coming on the end around, and tell you what, Theus is a speedster and a guy that if you allow him to catch the edge, he will hit his head on the goalpost.
He is a three-star recruit, just a junior. And you might hear me say that phrase a lot. There are stars all over both rosters. It's hard to keep track. The quarterback, he's a five-star. He's committed to Alabama. Keelan Russell moves. And he will run and just picks up a couple.
And you see that right there from Keelan Russell, keeping his eyes up the field, but not wanting to gamble on the throw to Theus. Just decides to tuck that ball and run. For me, Jonah, this is a victory for South Oak Cliff defensively on this first drive against the Panthers, making them punt the ball. I mean, when we come back to this again, we look to that Panthers offense because we know that they are very explosive and able to stretch the field with guys like Zach Turner and DeCorian Moore. But that's a victory right there for the South Oak Cliff Golden Bear defense.
Yeah, and you saw in that possession, they tried a lot of stuff to the sidelines, right? Quick screens and the end around. And wonder how much we'll see Keelan Russell try to air that ball out perhaps on the next possession. DeCorian Moore punts it away.
Wow.
And fair caught at the 16-yard line by Marcel Gibson. Yes, DeCorian Moore can punt as well. And it was a solid punt.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. He does it all. The green gloves signifying that he is going to the University of Oregon, and every university is pursuing this kid. Even though he's committed, they are going to stay in hot pursuit of DeCorian Moore.
Number one ranked wide receiver in the entire country. Number one, DeCorian Moore.
Deservedly so.
Duncanville, the team in white. Hey, if you're just joining us, welcome. This is Friday Night Football. I'm Jonah Javad. I'm filling in for Mike Leslie this week. Heckma Harrison has been kind enough to let me share the broadcast booth with him as Sock takes over. It's second possession of the game. It's 3-0 Golden Bears as they look to add to the lead, and there is laundry on the field.
Well, I think what they're doing right now, because Duncanville is continuing to put pressure on this offensive line. They recognize, look, that massive humanity that they have down there. They can't allow these guys to get up the field and get to the second level.
It is offsides on Duncanville.
Hey, what a decent crowd settling in here at Kincaid Stadium. and everybody knowing that, you know, the toast of Oak Cliff, South Oak Cliff is here with Duncanville. Man, this is a great environment to be in for some Friday Night Lights and high school football.
Yeah, a lot of fans still filing in because there was that 40-minute rain delay, and then everybody tries to park and get in the stadium at the same time, causes a bit of a backup. But, I mean, these concourses are still packed. There's still cars filing in, so a lot of folks still on their way to the game. It's a beautiful night now that the whatever systems have moved through Dallas and the South Oak Cliff area.
And I love that end around there by South Oak Cliff. Number 4, Levon Morton, he's coming around that edge, and he has blockers in front of him, but that speed on speed from this Duncanville defense, their ability to shut down that edge and not allow the big gain. You'll see that same play versus some opposition in 5A, and he's going to take that to the house.
No doubt. Timeout on the field. South Oak Cliff has 2 remaining here in the first half. Wherever you're watching, because I know we have folks watching from all across the state and even from outside the state, because this matchup warrants it, Heckmo. You've got the Duncanville Panthers, the number 2 ranked team in Class 6A. South Oak Cliff, the number 2 ranked team in Class 5A Division II. Duncanville back-to-back. South Oak Cliff's won 2 championships in the last 3 years. And there's a very good chance, my friend, that we see both of these schools at AT&T Stadium in December. In fact, if we don't, I would be surprised.
No, as you should. And I tell you what, there are a ton of coaches who are tuned in as well that are doing scouting work right now that don't want to be out here in person. You get an opportunity to sit on your couch and watch these 2 teams go at it. And I tell you what, there's so many potential Division I players out here on this field, man. This would make a recruiter salivate with all of the talent that's out here.
I told you, it was impossible to choose our players to watch. There's 1,000 great players in this game. That is hyperbole. What is not hyperbole is we've got just a mere inches to go situation as the refs bring out the chains for an official measurement here.
Well, I tell you what, this South Oak Cliff offensive line, Cortavius Tisby, 6'6", 275 pounds. Byron Abner, 6'2", 290. Bryson Ramsey Brooks, 6'4", 330. Brian Swanson, 6'5", 290. And Emeka Ogorji is 6'5", 290. And so there's not enough food at Costco to feed all of these kids, okay? That's a lot of brisket.
Yeah, Emeka Ugorji is committed to Stanford. He's a 3-star recruit.
Oh, man, you know what that means, though? He's doing everybody's homework.
You got to have one kid like that on the team, right?
If he's going to Stanford, then he's the guy you go to get homework done.
All right, it is 2nd and very short for Sock, and that is plenty of yardage for the first down. It could be more. Another big play from the Golden Bears. Mikhail Trotter.
Oh, look at Mikhail Trotter. He gets through the line of scrimmage, and soon as he gets through, I'm telling you, Jonah, I'm thinking that this is a house call. But, boy, right there at the end, the piano's just on his back, and he's caught.
I love the play call from offensive coordinator Jay Walker. You'd think that maybe they're just going to try to do a QB sneak, get a couple inches, get the first down. Oh, no. They strike the big play, and now the Golden Bears are in Duncanville territory on first down. That pass is incomplete from Carter Kopecki.
They're going right back to the slot. They see something over there that they are trying to continue to go to. That's Torrin Teague. There's a flag on the play. They picked it up.
They try to keep going between those hash marks, and they're trying to find something on these quick slants. And I wonder if that goes back to what head coach Jason Todd told us this week, is that they just want Kopecki to drive the bus and really just operate within the system and take what's there and what's easy.
Well, you want him to be comfortable. Obviously, Kopecki, he understands what Duncanville is all about. And so, look, that defense comes in as advertised. You make that guy comfortable, he's able to make those easy throws, and it makes it an easy night for everyone.
On second down, that goes for very little.
You you see right there the linebacker stepping up in the gap. That was number 5, Mason Williams. This is a kid that last year had 63 tackles, 15 tackles for a loss, a sack, and 2 PBUs, and a senior, and a part of that linebacking core that has some really big names on the other side.
All right, 3rd down and long now for Kopecky and this Golden Bears offense. Got some time in the pocket, throws over the middle, and that one is also incomplete.
I tell you what, though, Jonah, Kopecky had plenty of time. It looked like he went to his first read, his second read, his third read, and credit this South Oak Cliff Golden Bears offensive line of just putting him in just the incubator right there and making life easy for him.
I mean, this Sauk offensive line is real good. At least giving him a chance to find somebody get open. The problem for him in this game, and it really was in the opener as well, is finding players to flash on offense that can give him a boost. Right now, really, their only big plays on offense have come on the ground.
Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why we say it's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
Welcome to Kincaid Stadium, or welcome back. We're still here. We're going to be here all night. In case you're just joining us, we had a lightning delay at the start. It was originally a 7 o'clock kickoff. Didn't get underway until about 7:40, 7:45. I'm Jonah Javad, Heckma Harrison alongside. One of the best non-district matchups you'll get in the entire state of Texas this season, Duncanville and South Oak Cliff. Yes. What I found to be a perfect way to summarize this. This is the 6th meeting between these two teams in the last 6 years. They played every year. They partly do this because no one wants to play them in non-district because they are so good, and a lot of teams don't want to face that Goliath and perhaps in some ways take that automatic L. And so they go head-to-head. They've got a lot of history together. The coaches do as well.
Boy, I think that's a nice way to put it, Jonah. Nobody wants to hold that L.
Nobody wants it, yeah. Even if it's non-district.
Right.
3rd down and long, and that one goes way outside.
Yeah, don't know. Carter Kopecky obviously just throwing that ball away. Looking for maybe there was a flag. Well, another offsides penalty on that. I didn't see the flag come out initially, but it's right here, right at about the.
We should also mention that the chains on the Duncanville sideline had a 4-up, implying it was 4th down. All the monitors or the jumbotrons of the stadium, the scoreboards, had 3rd and 10, and I think they're fixing it now. Yes, it appears they're fixing the scoreboards. Listen, it's week 2, Heckma. Everyone is trying to find their footing. We're just trying to get back used to get into the swing of things here. All right, I think we've got it corrected. It is 4th and 5. Kopecky pulls it away. It is complete and a 1st down.
Wow. I tell you what, I'm going to tell you right now, Jonah, that is a great play action fake there from Carter Kopecky. He pulled that ball and had the entire Panther defense fooled on that play action, able to pull it, get out to the flat, and catch the running back, the slot receiver out there in the flat, and they pick up a 1st down. Now, I've said it before, I don't think that South Oak Cliff will be satisfied with just field goals. This is a point where you have to get into the end zone.
Another long possession for South Oak Cliff, taking time off the clock on 1st down. It is a handoff and a gain of just a couple. Appears to be Trotter again, yes. Trotter had the big run early in the possession to get South Oak Cliff into Duncanville territory.
Tell you what, South Oak Cliff has a stable of running backs. As you have stated earlier.
It really is a committee approach for South Oak Cliff, Duncanville as well. And while there is no alpha necessarily, there is something to be said by having that committee. Keeps guys fresh, no tired legs. Here on 2nd and 11. Kopecky gets hit as he throws and nearly intercepted by Nehemiah Borner.
Well, they brought some pressure on the outside on Kopecky. See number 8 coming down. So they're not going to just sit back and allow Kopecky to make his reads and find his receivers up the field. They want to make life a little bit difficult for him. They're going to add some more pressure. Love that from Ramel Borner, the DC. Again, dialing up that pressure from the outside.
Third down now. They go with the handoff off the right side.
Yeah, again.
Byron Abner's looking for a flag and none thrown on that play. And so it brings up 4th down for South Oak Cliff.
And you see Kevin Ford over there on the left side, again, just anchoring himself down, not allowing this South Oak Cliff offensive line to push him around. And here we go, trading, going in for another field goal for South Oak Cliff.
Yeah, Olvera back out for the field goal. And that one goes wide right. And so all that time off the clock, Sauk makes its way into Duncanville territory and come away with 0 points on that possession as the Panthers will take over and get the ball for the 2nd time in this game.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you.
It is 1st and 10 for the Duncanville offense. As we bring in the starting offensive lineup for this Panthers attack. Keelan Russell mentioned him, the 5-star recruit committed to Alabama. Jaqueline Armstrong, one of the many Panthers running backs you'll see tonight. DeCorian Moore spoke a little bit about him, the Oregon commit, #1 wide receiver recruit in the entire country. Zach Turner, also the tight end receiver, kind of a hybrid there, also getting some offers and scouting looks as well. Tons of players on both sides of the ball that are getting scouted tonight.
Zach Turner is legit. #9, he is next. You talk about #1 player in DeCorian Moore. Look at #9, Zach Turner.
That pass is complete. Asen Theus with a nice gain for Duncanville.
You see how elusive #2, Asen Theus is. He just one of those little, that's it. And I call those long handoffs when you get that ball out to a guy like that can add that yak to it.
And they're going no huddle here. Russell complete again, that to Zach Turner. No, they're saying he was out of bounds. Wow, it looked like he got 2 feet in, but no.
That looked like an easy pitch and catch over there on the far side. The line judge right there, and he calls it out of bounds.
Wow. It must have been just a toe out of bounds. If you were watching Thursday Night Football this week, we know about
oh, man.
It's not a game of inches anymore, it's a game of millimeters.
Oh, my God, man.
Yeah, we don't need to go into it.
Oh, my goodness. Could not believe that. Couldn't believe it, but I tell you what, this on the outside, they are trying to test this South Oak Cliff defense. And, again, I think the design really is to make these guys get out and run. They've gashed them. They're going to try and gash them again on these runs, but you know that they're going to take a shot up the field with DeCorian Moore here pretty soon.
3rd down and 10 for the Panthers. Keelan Russell complete. Asen Theus, and he's Leveled. Whew. What a tackle out in open space, and a flag is thrown late.
Yeah, I think in that situation, Marcel Gibson, he gets up there at the last minute, and he's, just doing a little woofing right there with Theus. And I think for these referees, what they want to do is get this game under control. They don't want to let anything get out of control between these two teams. But here's the thing, I really thought that was a little touchy, to be honest with you.
Here's Shane Lawrence. And yes, indeed, unsportsmanlike conduct on Marcel Gibson. And so that will be a first down for Duncanville.
Yeah, this is look, these are two communities and two teams that obviously are going to be highly competitive. They know each other very well. All right, families have gone to South Oak Cliff and gone to Duncanville, so that's what it's all about. But don't take the competitive nature of this game out.
No doubt, these are definitely two schools where there's a lot of cross-pollination, I guess you could say.
Cross-pollination.
More flags thrown, and that one is incomplete. He was looking for Decorian Moore. Moore wants a flag. Nothing in the secondary, but flags thrown by the line of scrimmage.
I like that.
Cross-pollination. Listen, man. I'm calling my first high school football game in nearly a decade.
Cross-pollination.
We are going to make up terms on the go.
That's all good. I love it, though.
Heckma Harrison alongside. I'm Jonah Javad. Again, if you're with us in the last few minutes, Mike Leslie, who normally does the broadcasts for these Friday night football games, is celebrating the birth of his second child. Congratulations to him and his wife, Erin, as they welcome baby number 2. And so I'm pinch hitting for Mike this evening, and I couldn't draw a better matchup than this one.
Hey, with that cross-pollination, man, Mike, you may get Wally pipped. You better watch this guy.
No, Mike he's got the SAT words on lock. Speaking of lock, Decorian Moore.
Just see that fight from number 1, Decorian Moore.
Oh, my goodness.
He was trying to get away.
He tried to shake free, and again, another great open field tackle.
That's 1, 2, 3. Golden Bears have to get to Decorian Moore to get this guy on the ground.
Decorian Moore again at the bottom of your screen.
And you just see the power right there from Decorian Moore. This is a guy that goes 6 foot, 185 pounds, but you see the power in those legs, man. He is dragging guys with him. As there's a flag another flag on the far side.
Oh my gosh, laundry's for Sundays, not for Friday nights. Here we go.
Or unsportsmanlike.
On the offense.
They're going to call it on the other side. Okay.
Are they picked it up?
So we have 3 receivers on the other side. Somebody's wide open over here.
Instead, to the bottom of your screen again, Decorian Moore with a grab, and his helmet gets knocked off. Whoa.
Boy, that was a rough one. You see that the lick coming there at the end. He's already grabbing at his face mask.
He's trying to do a stiff arm and gets hit from the other side, pops the helmet off, and, well, he motions for a first down.
Jaden Shelton.
He'll come off for a play as the Panthers are now deep into Sock territory and a chance to take the lead with a touchdown.
Jaden Shelton with the tackle on Decorian Moore, and now the Panthers down in the red zone. Let's see what they draw up, and they're going to take a timeout to think about it.
Timeout for Duncanville. And a good time for us to take a short break.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory. Diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories. the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we do have the heat advisory and air quality alert in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
Reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this story, of course. Be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with daybreak. What about you?
1st and 10 for Duncanville. Pass to the end zone, and it is complete. Touchdown Panthers. What a grab. Zach Turner in the corner of the end zone.
Oh, I cannot wait to see the replay on this. Boy, this is a corner route to Zach Turner, and you see just the speed from number 9 getting to the outside, and that was a great throw from Keelan Russell. Man, the touch on that ball on the outside to Zach Turner. Like I said, DeCorey Moore is the guy that has all the accolades, and everyone knows him. He is a household name. This kid, number 9, Zach Turner, he is next.
And that touchdown gives Duncanville the lead. Jonathan Beatrice on for the extra point. And so it is 7-3 Duncanville with 1:17 left to go in the first quarter. What did you see on that drive, Heckma, that stood out to you?
Well, I saw the patience from Keelan Russell, just relying on those short gains from his wide receivers on the outside, allowing those guys to go to work. But it was that Zach Turner, that ball to Zach Turner, that was so pretty. To find him on the outside and lead him the way that Keelan Russell did. We talked about it to Coach Samples, and just basically, look, we've seen him really develop before our eyes. You know, being that he been playing here at Duncanville on varsity since his sophomore year, and he really has just turned into a great quarterback. And you see it with the touch that he puts on his ball, and that's the reason why Alabama is slobbering over his talent and can't wait to get him in Tuscaloosa.
What stood out to me was Keelan Russell, or at least in that entire possession from the Panthers, was you're seeing quick throws. And I wonder how much that has to do with that defensive end for South Oak Cliff, Kamarion Morgan. We really haven't said his name at all tonight, and he's probably South Oak Cliff's best defensive player, K3, the 4-star prospect, committed to Baylor. Haven't really heard much from him tonight, and a lot of that has to do with he doesn't have time to get to the quarterback when they are getting the ball out that fast.
Yeah, I tell you what, there are a lot of pro teams named the Dallas Cowboys that are going up against a great edge rusher, and what you want to do is do exactly that. Take him out of the game with those quick throws. Don't allow him just to pin his ears back and come after your quarterback. I mean, 6'5", 240 pounds, he can be a nightmare back there, and I'm telling you, Keelan Russell is looking for him. He's very aware of who he is, but his talent is on the outside. So look, I can't hand you the ball, but what I can do is make that long throw to the outside and allow you to do your thing. He trusts his guys in those one-on-one situations to be able to make a play, break away, and get to the goal line.
Duncanville has those elite athletes on offense that can create separation and win one-on-one. You saw it in that possession. They've got a 7-3 lead, and now Sock receives the kickoff and pinballing his way just across the 20.
And you saw there was a little slight hesitation there at first. It looked like he thought about downing it, but he was already out of the end zone. Trotter,
Mikhail,
yeah, finding his way up to, looked like he got to the 20-yard line, but man, that may have been, disaster if he decides to kneel down at the 1-yard line. Good job of recognizing that he wasn't in the end zone, but then trying to make something out of nothing.
And on first down,
got
tripped up at the 25.
Well, we got helmets on the field.
Coach Jason Todd told us we would see a little bit of Reggie McNeil at quarterback, and you saw it there.
Yes, I'm looking here. I was like, wow, Kopecky got fast all of a sudden. But that was Reggie McNeil going back there in the shotgun. You know, look, you want your athletes to be on the field. If you're Coach Jason Todd, you recognize that on the other side, as you just pointed out, man, a ton of athletes on the other side defensively. That speed has to be on display to back these guys up a little bit. Whew. My goodness, what a play on the outside right there. That's textbook from Kevin Ford. On the defensive end position, Jonah, all you want to do is just create a pile right there. You know, you want to hold, contain, keep your left arm, your outside arm free, but you don't want those tackles to get around you and out leverage you. Coach, and I'm telling you, Kevin Ford, number 10, does a really good job of shutting things down.
We got another break in the action. For all of you joining us, whether it's on WFAA Plus app, the WFAA YouTube channel, hit us in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. And I'm sure it's all over the state of Texas, and why not? This is such a fantastic matchup between Duncanville and South Oak Cliff. And at the end of one quarter, Panthers 7, Golden Bears 3. We will step aside and see you for the second quarter in just a couple moments.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory. Diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories. The unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we do have the heat advisory and air quality alert in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
Reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this story, of course. Be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with Daybreak. What about you?
Welcome back to Friday Night Football, and here at Kincaid Stadium, a great one between Duncanville and South Oak Cliff. Second quarter about to get underway as the Golden Bears have the football. It'll be 3rd and 5 from their own 25.
And it looks like they are, maybe that is, no, Kopecky's not back in. They're going to stay with number 5, Reggie McNeil. Trying to switch this thing over, add a little bit of that dimension of speed. Free play here for South Oak Cliff.
And just scampering out of bounds is Reggie McNeil.
I see Kopecky still down there on the sideline, so obviously this is just the McNeil package. Trying to get something going on offense. And no matter what, Jonah, that gets the chains to move and another fresh set of downs for South Oak Cliff.
Yeah, I mean, give the Golden Bears credit. In that first half, they were able to move the ball pretty well. It's just once they got down in the red zone or just close to it, they just couldn't come away with anything more than 3 points on 2 possessions. Here we go, 1st and 10 for Sock, handoff. And a gain of maybe just 1 or 2.
Boy, this defense, you tell that Romel Borner he's had his time of talking to his guys, because you see the way that they are getting penetration now on the South Oak Cliff offensive line. And they're getting there in a hurry. In that first quarter, there were some big running lanes for these guys to run through. Those running lanes have shut down here in the second quarter. And I tell you what, man, if I told you last night that this game was going to be 7-3, 11 minutes in the second quarter, you would have said, nah, not this Duncanville offense. surely they would have 21, 28 points by now.
Yeah, need I remind you, Duncanville has won this matchup the last 5 years. Oh, we got a scrap going at close to midfield. Or not midfield, but by the line of scrimmage. Ooh, Byron Abner, one of the captains for South Oak Cliff, getting into it.
And you see the coaches right now trying to get Abner back over. Boy, they were. You said that was definitely, that was a scrap for real. For a quick little second. Hopefully no one is kicked out of this game.
And sure, not a district matchup for these two teams. Of course, they're in different classifications as well. But a lot of good blood and bad blood in this semi-rivalry, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, this is very competitive. What you don't want to do is get ejected from this game.
Head referee Shane Lawrence dishing out the penalties here.
A lot of unsportsmanlike, and
we've seen quite a bit of that
Yes.
this evening. A handful of those penalties already, and it's just 11 minutes left to go in the second quarter. And the concourses are still packed with people here at Kincaid Stadium. Great environment for a football game. And a dandy of a game we got. Duncanville, back-to-back state champions, going for a three-peat this season. South Oak Cliff looking to redeem themselves after what happened at AT&T Stadium a season ago. And no doubt head coach Jason Todd and his Golden Bears are on a revenge tour, out to redeem themselves after falling short in the state title game to Port Neches Groves.
Well, I'll tell you what, after we got an opportunity to talk to Coach Todd about it, I think his main thing was putting it in his rear view. He wanted to have nothing to do with talking about it. He didn't want to talk about the controversial penalty or the flag or any of that. He's like, look, that was the hand that we were dealt. We're going to bury that, and we're going to build this team up for what we're going to do this year. And he's already said, like, we've got to build this thing to get through our district play, but also get into playoffs, and, hey, maybe we'll get an opportunity to see him again.
And not easy. Only 3 returning starters on offense, 6 on defense. And so a lot of the newcomers have had to get caught up to speed on what this revenge tour actually means. But for the veterans who have been here, no doubt, making sure they know. And on that first down, after all the penalty yardage was assessed, a gain of a couple brings up 2nd and 8 for South Oak Cliff. Reggie McNeil still operating as QB on this possession for Sauk.
And I would think that, obviously, for South Oak Cliff, that this Reggie McNeil just looks something, just a little curveball here for this Duncanville defense, because you see that these guys are starting to settle in.
There's McNeil. He'll take off. Oh, and a nice move upfield. Close to the first down marker where he was tackled by Braylon Edwards.
McNeil with that speed component. You see it right there. And, oh, that's a dangerous tackle. Oh, man, you see McNeil's knee. God, I hope he's okay. Seen plenty of times a guy get hit from the side like that, knee right on that knee, just helmet right on that knee. But he's able to walk off.
We do have an injury at about the 15-yard line.
That's them young bones, man.
Player in the Duncanville secondary.
Looks like we got some cramping back there.
Yep.
It is humid tonight.
It is soft tissue injury season. Hey, we'll see what the injury is, and we'll take a short break and be right back.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory. Diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories. The unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Appeared to be just a little bit of cramping for Darian Lykin of Duncanville. He'll walk off the field, and it brings up, indeed, a first down for Sauk after that scamper by Reggie McNeil. Carter Kopecky back into the ball game at quarterback. And this Golden Bears offense under the direction of offensive coordinator Jay Walker. Kopecky on first down. Will launch deep. Oh, and it's going to be a flag.
Like the wave off there at the last minute by Braylon Edwards. But he had his back turned, and I tell you what, that's another one of those throws for Carter Kopecky. He has a wide receiver wide open that has to come back for the football. He puts more air under that. His receiver walks into the end zone. But this is high school football, so it's not a spot foul. Does move the ball forward, though.
And once again, Heckma. Here comes South Oak Cliff's offense, moving the ball on Duncanville consistently tonight. This is their third drive of the game, and they've gotten inside the 30 on all three possessions.
Let's score a touchdown. All right, let's score a touchdown.
That's got to be the message, right?
Yes.
You mentioned it earlier tonight. You can't just kick field goals against Duncanville and hope to win. Handoff there on first down to Damon Williams, goes for a few.
I've said it before, and I know that with the speed that South Oak Cliff has, you want to try and catch those edges. But I see right now that these edge rushers are way too good. The middle of this offensive line with the big bodies that they have up front, man, try and get some push. You pick up, a 3 to 4 yards right there. You could still pick up a first down here in this drive.
And on second down, they'll keep it on the ground and nothing doing.
And lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage on that play. There's number 11, A.J. Brown. Says, okay, Heckma, you want him to run through the middle, huh? All right. I got a plan for that, too.
Duncanville's defense, led by defensive coordinator Ramel Borner. His son, Nehemiah Borner, is a starting linebacker, number 4.
Man, and a scrappy young fellow as well. And see the offensive lineman running off, being replaced. They got a rotation at the offensive line position. You see number 4, boy, getting up inside, moving the pile. It's going to bring up a big-time third down, Jonah. So, decision to make.
What would you do?
I'm going to be honest
What does Coach Harrison do here?
You know what, Coach Harrison understands that it's 8 minutes left here in the first half. I run my field goal team back out there, and I'm only down by 1 point. I live to fight another day. My defense has gotten plenty of rest. It's not like these guys have been playing bad. If you come up empty-handed right here, I mean, it's pretty much all for naught. But obviously, your defense, you're going to have them pent in their own field, on the side of the field. So, I mean, look, I think it's a decision to make here for Coach Todd. Either way, I take the points.
Seems to be another scoreboard issue with the downs. What the chain say, what the scoreboard say.
Wait, we do know it's 4th down.
We know, except our system is hooked up to the scoreboard.
Okay.
And so you might be looking at your screen wondering, why does that chain have the number 4 for 4th down and the scoreboard and our graphic has 3rd and 5?
Okay.
Therein lies the issue, my friend. And so, I will tell you folks at home or wherever you're watching, it is 4th down and 5.
As long as they
There's
got it right.
us. Hello.
As long as they got it right. As long as they got it right on the field,
So,
I'll live with that.
I was hoping the technology would cooperate tonight so I didn't have to keep telling people what the down and distance was, but, I'm happy to oblige. It is 4th down and 5 from the 9-yard line.
Well, Coach Todd goes for it here on 4th down, which we know is 4th down, and he doesn't get it. He could always claim ignorance and say, hey, I thought it was 3rd. I don't think that'll work, but maybe a case to be made.
All right, we've got it all sorted out. It's only week 2. Now, for this is going on in week 9.
We're in AT&T Stadium when this is going on. We got big time trouble.
Oh yeah.
So I think that will happen at Jerry World.
Listen, teams are still trying to figure out what their identity is. Technology is still trying to figure out what it wants to do. We will get it right when district play rolls around.
Tell you what I have really enjoyed about this first half so far from South Oak Cliff is they have shown their toughness. You know, last week going up to Galena North Shore, that was a tough test for that team.
Sauk, to their credit, they have no problem playing really tough non-district games. They've done this in recent years, and it hasn't stopped them from, making marches to the state championship game. In fact, you could say it's probably part of the reason why they've gone that far is they've faced great competition, that iron sharpens iron type of deal, and you kind of see that come December.
Yeah, there's definitely a method to the madness. You want to be able to be battle tested once you get to AT&T Stadium, and going up against the likes of Galena North Shore and and Duncanville back to back. Once you get to AT&T, you'll feel like you face some of the best in a different weight class.
Oh, for sure. Once they start district play.
Now we're still trying to get some things corrected down here. And the clock is 8 minutes. Didn't see that there was a change in time. They finally got the downs corrected. But as you stated, this is the 2nd week of Texas high school football. Referees and clock managers not in mid-season form yet.
Well, as if that 45-minute rain delay wasn't slowing the pace of this one. We've had a lot of penalties tonight, a lot of clock issues. But here we go, 4th down and 5 for South Oak Cliff. Duncanville brings the blitz. Play appears to be whistled dead, and
wow,
something's going on.
They're trying to get things corrected down on the field. Don't know exactly what happened. I thought for sure that they were offsides, and that was a perfect play call. They allowed a little bit of what looked like the jailbreak as Duncanville got through, and they whistled it dead. But they're going to call it on. They're going to call it on the offense. Wow.
And now does that change the thinking a little bit?
Well, this is, it's 4th down. So now you're looking at, we said the other one was not a chip shot, and he made it look easy, right? So instead of 4th and 5, now you're looking at 4th and 10.
Yep, Cesar Olvera, the kicker for South Oak Cliff, made the first field goal from solid distance, missed the second one, and here comes Olvera to try a field goal here on 4th down.
Well, look, sometimes the decisions just make themselves, Jonah, and just kind of making life easy for that decision. Made it for itself there for Coach Todd. And
now listen, would you rather have a field goal attempt to come away with points, or what transpired in the play that was blown dead?
Look, I feel like, look, you caught him, but the penalty, again, it sets you back. Oh.
And that one's good. Olvera back on target. Two for 3 on the night, couple of field goals, and South Cliff just can't find that end zone, but still finding the scoreboard.
Hey, down by down by 1, and I think you'll take it, as now they're showing that on the scoreboard that South Oak Cliff is ahead by 2 points.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on. There we go. We are scored operator here at Kincaid Stadium.
Hey, we're working on it.
All good. So yes, that is the correct score. Duncanville 7, South Oak Cliff 6.
Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why we say it's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
Now, I don't have a time of possession clock or something keeping track of that here, but I would have to imagine South Oak Cliff's time of possession is radically higher than Duncanville so far tonight. Granted, one more possession, but and they've just been milking time off the clock.
Yeah, again, right from the beginning, Jonah, I said it, man. You got to clock in. You got to make sure that you deliver the mail when you get down in the red zone. But these are opportunities right now for South Oak Cliff. When they go in at halftime, they're going to realize that they had plenty of missed opportunity. And what you can do is build on that when you come out for the third quarter. Again, this is a coaching coach. Jason Todd he's coaching up situations. He said, man, I look at these opportunities to face these heavyweights, and I'm coaching situations.
Oh, and it's fumbled on their kickoff. And recovered. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, that's all right. Got a big play coming up, and I'm still running my mouth. So, absolutely.
Nearly a turnover.
No, that was close. They were waving for the fair catch. And South Oak Cliff is making up ground. But in our interview with Coach Todd, he's like, look, when I face these guys, I'm talking about down and distance. Trying to make sure that it's 3rd and 1. Can we pick up these first downs? We go back and we circle those moments, because when we get into live act, when we get into the playoffs, we want to be able to refer back to moments like this.
The two-time reigning champions retake the field on offense, up 1 here in the second quarter. Keelan Russell hands it off. Jaquaylin Armstrong tied up near the line of scrimmage.
Boy, nowhere to go for Armstrong. He has on that white jersey, but then all of a sudden, when all of those black jerseys get around number 27, you just don't even see him anymore. That is the way that they are pursuing and getting to the football. As you talk about that time of possession, that offense for the Duncanville Panthers and the defense for South Oak Cliff, plenty of time to sit on the sideline and drink Gatorade.
Russell, take to the air this time. He's got Zach Turner. Turner moves upfield for a first down.
I mean, you see the speed on this kid? I mean, he is really a big body receiver. Zach Turner, goes every bit of 6'3", 240 pounds. And, man, he is moving.
He's listed as a receiver. You think he could see a future at tight end depending on
he is
how much size he bowls? And he's only a junior.
He is a hamburger away from being moved into the tight end room.
6'3", 215.
Yeah, that's I question that 215.
Oh, Jaquaylin Armstrong with a great run. Plowing through sock defenders.
Well, he ducked right under an arm tackle. Jaquaylin Armstrong, and
here's Russell. On first down, he gets a few yards. Keelan Russell, the 5-star recruit, committed to Alabama.
Yeah, this kid is out of sight. I just have loved the development of this kid, but you see him now, he's matured into such a passer and a guy that not only uses his arms but also uses his legs. He's turned into this all-around quarterback. They used to have a guy here by the name of Jaquindon Jackson.
Shout out Arkansas now.
Yeah, Jaquindon Jackson was just amazing when he played here at Duncanville.
Keelan Russell, just another great Duncanville quarterback recruit, and a long list of many of them.
Oh, yeah.
They're on second down, just a couple yards for Armstrong.
And I tell you what, you mentioned it. It's like we hadn't said a lot about Morgan. I mean, he's a big kid down there, and he is pursuing, doing everything that he possibly can to tackle Jaquaylin Armstrong. But he also has a guy on the other side, in number 11, Jordan Atkinson. Atkinson, also a big body.
There goes Russell. He's got the first down. Big gain by Keelan Russell, and dragged down on the sideline. No flag. In a game that's had many of them, I'm going to say I'm a little surprised that one wasn't flagged.
Well, Jamarian Phillips, the linebacker, he's just running to the sideline, and obviously there is some contact. Well,
not saying it should be, but
don't want to call it inadvertent, but still. A little much.
I feel like we've hit our cap on flags for the night. Let the boys play. All right. We got a first down. Keelan Russell showing off the athleticism. You mentioned it. He's got that dual threat.
And that's a part of his game that I think, man, as he has developed into this great passer, that is the secret sauce to making him an all-around athlete just when things break down.
To get there to Devin Green. He'll spell Jaquaylin Armstrong, part of that committee.
You see that speed on the outside again, as I was talking about on the other side for Jordan Atkinson. He and Morgan 6'5", Atkinson 6'4". Your edge rushers on the outside, those are some pretty big kids. Atkinson is committed and has interest from the University of North Texas.
Russell got time. He's going to go deep. And it is incomplete. Needed just a little more juice on that one as he was looking for the speedster Asen Theus.
Well, look at this coverage, though, from Marcel Gibson. Gibson in phase all the way down. I mean, in his hip pocket. And you can't get any better coverage than that.
Gibson's been all over the field tonight. He does a lot of different stuff. Versatile player for head coach Jason Todd. 3-star recruit, just a junior. He's got 11 offers and prevents a touchdown there. And so that brings up 3rd and long. 4 wide for Keelan Russell. And this time he is taken down.
You saw Keelan. He just wanted to see, am I past the line? Oh, no.
And a flag comes in.
Flag comes in at the last minute. They catch Jamarian Phillips. I pray that that's offsetting penalties, but if not, they just gave up 15 yards.
And Phillips is hot as he walks toward the sideline. Shane Lawrence and his crew will confer. Yet another unsportsmanlike conduct penalty this evening. We've had about half a dozen of them, Heckma, and still 4:26 left in the first half.
It doesn't matter. Here's the thing, and Jamarian Phillips is one of those players that you were talking about earlier, Jonah, when you're trying to decide for players of the game and how many players that are out here and how many star players are out here. He is amongst those names that you look at. I mean, this is a superstar kid. This kid has all of the talent, all of the tools that you need to play at the next level. And also, it's getting frustrating. It's getting chippy out here, but you don't want to lose one of your big-time players because he can't maintain his head and maintain his cool.
And those penalties are tough. I mean, you get, in theory, a stop there on 3rd down, and you just give them new life, better field position, and now it's 2nd and 9 for the Panthers in the red zone. Russell to the air. He's got a man, and it's caught. Touchdown, Panthers. Emmanuel Ellison with the grab, and that throw was on point from the Alabama commit.
And you see the air underneath that ball, and that's just dropping it in a bucket right there for Keelan Russell. Easy throw, but my goodness, man, that just was in rhythm. And Emmanuel Ellison will say thank you and for allowing him to run right underneath that ball.
Yeah, we talk so much about DeCorian Moore and Zach Turner and the speedster Ace and Theus. Emmanuel Ellison, that was a beautiful route. And to make that grab and get the feet in with all your momentum heading to the sideline like that, a fantastic grab by number 13. Extra point is up and good from Beatrice, and so it is 14-6. Duncanville with 3:32 left in the second quarter. We will step aside for 1 second, a little more than 1 second, as Friday Night Football returns after this.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game, the triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we do have the heat advisory and the air quality alert in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
Reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this story, of course. Be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with Daybreak. What about you?
Back out at Kincaid Stadium. Night has arrived here. Heckma Harrison alongside. I'm Jonah Javad. Thank you again for joining us. I'm filling in for Mike Leslie tonight on Friday Night Football. Wherever you're watching, let us know in the comments, especially YouTube. We'd like to know where folks are watching from around the country. It's another great high school football matchup, one of the many we'll bring for you this season on WFAA Plus and our YouTube channel and all those apps and devices. South Oak Cliff on the kick return. Can't even barely getting past the 15-yard line.
Boy, that it bobbled at the goal line. There's all kind of disaster on that one from the beginning. But doing a good job, this Trotter, again, continue to pick up positive yardage when it looks like he's going to be pinned for probably just poor field position. Not to say that this is the best, but man, that thing started out like it was going to be disastrous.
And so South Oak Cliff will get the ball now for the fourth time in this game. The last three, they've methodically moved the ball inside the 30, and those three possessions, all they've got to show for it, just 6 points. And that's really the difference. Duncanville moves the ball, gets touchdowns, socked, 2 field goals, and an 8-point deficit here on 1st down and 10. For quarterback Carter Kopecky.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate on that last drive. As you see the big run here, bringing up, getting 3 yards. But on that last drive, your defense comes up big, gets a stop on 3rd down, but then you get a penalty that allows the drive to continue for Duncanville. And those are those learning moments for Coach Jason Todd. You know, Todd obviously coached up by Coach Reginald Samples, but also coaching with him at Skyline, and he knows full well, and Lincoln. And being one of those coaches, understanding, man, you just got to get these young men under control.
Well, after a Ricky Giles run for 3 on 1st down, an incomplete pass on 2nd down, and just like that, the clock is stopped, and it's 3rd and long for the Golden Bears. And if you're Duncanville, you're thinking, oh boy,
yeah,
we can get a stop here. We can get some points before the half.
Well, I think really what's dangerous about 3rd down and possibly punting, Duncanville is going to send DeCorian Moore back to receive.
Kopecky. Pass complete, just short of the sticks. That one to Nate Coleman.
Smart play there by Tyron Polley. understanding where the sticks are, getting his head across the body of the receiver to keep him away from that first down marker. So now I'm going to bring up a 4th down and 3. Now, if you ask Coach Heckma.
I love to ask Coach Heckma. What's up, Coach Heckma?
We're punting.
Okay.
Punt team ready is what Coach Heckma said.
Okay.
All right.
This is an NCAA, what is it, 2K25?
No, sir. We're at punt team ready. But, man, look at that man standing right there at about the 42-yard line. Oof. That's a nightmare.
Kopecky will boot that one away.
High.
To Corian Moore. Fair caught at the 41. And so that's where the Panthers will get the ball. Take a short break. 2:29 left to go here in the first half.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust to prepare.
All right, back here, 1st down and 10. Pass is incomplete. Keelan Russell looking for Zach Turner.
Tell you what, Marcel Gibson is going to have another star land on this field for him. They say call him a 3-star, but he is sticking, putting his nose in all of the business of these 4- and 5-star players out here. They're putting good on good and best on best out here, and most of the time Marcel Gibson is getting the assignment of the best wide receiver that Duncanville has.
Keelan Russell, pass complete for DeCorian Moore. What a grab.
Yeah.
Snag and an extra few yards after the catch. 1st down for Duncanville, and Keelan Russell and DeCorian Moore have found their groove after that opening possession. They have been smooth since.
Yeah, these guys have ESP. Oh, what a move. Oh, my God. DeCorian Moore, that is sick.
Wow.
About to get your ankles retaped.
DeCorian Moore taking over here in the 2nd quarter. Keelan Russell on 1st down.
Getting out of trouble, keeping his eyes up the field is Keelan Russell.
Throws a bullet, and it's knocked away. Good defensive play by South Oak Cliff. That one intended for Asen Theus.
Tell you what, got to give number 24, Tobias Gary, plenty of credit right there. The 3-star Louisiana Tech commit, staying tough and understanding. Look, he may have been out leveraged right there, but his contact once the ball got there was able to jar that ball out, as Duncanville still on the move with 1:45 left here in the first half.
Really impressed with what I'm seeing from Keelan Russell and his composure in the pocket, knowing when to hang in there, when to keep his eyes downfield as he's moving out. So many quarterbacks will evade the pocket and then just start running. And he's constantly looking downfield, as he does here, and he's got a man, Zach Turner. Turner into the end zone. Touchdown, Panthers.
And this is a post route, and he's watching it develop. Look at the eyes right here of Keelan Russell. That's such a great play when your quarterback has the kind of time but eyes to move a defense. He's not even on Zach Turner on that play. At the last minute, comes back, recognizing, letting that play develop. Man, that is big time stuff right there from a quarterback going to a big time school, and Keelan Russell is him.
He is in a groove now. That opening possession sputtered a little bit. Since then, these Panthers have been on point on offense, as the extra point from Beatrice is up and good. 21-6 the score now after Keelan Russell finds Zach Turner. Their 2nd link up in tonight's game for a touchdown. We will step aside for a quick.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust.
Well, we were wondering if Duncanville would have enough time to march downfield. Heck, I don't think we thought the possession would be that fast.
Yeah.
You blink, and Duncanville puts up another 7. This was a close game for the majority of this first half, but here in the last couple minutes, it has gone from 7-6 to 21-6 in a hurry.
Yeah, I think we were surprised. As I said, if I tell you the first quarter, the score would have been, I believe, 7-3, and you wouldn't have believed me. But just that fast, they found a way to get their offense on the rails, and this train is on its way right now. And Keelan Russell decided just in the moment that he and Decoria Moore were going to, rehash their connection with one another, but also they brought Zach Turner to the party as well. And their big play wide receiver tight end, we'll call him a wide receiver tight end, is getting things cooking out here.
That ball goes for a touchback.
And Zach Turner, another one of those players that's out of that D-Rob stable. So it's just an embarrassment when you start looking at these players and say, who is developing these young men and who do they train with? Man, he's got some boys out there, man.
We've got a lot of another one. There's so many great trainers across the Metroplex. I mean, D-Rob's obviously one of them.
Oh yeah,
some great ones at all different positions, and it's cool that they're here because there's so much talent here, and so it elevates all the talent, right? Like if they're already good, and then they have great trainers here, and they become even better, and that's why Texas high school football becomes what it is.
Yeah, just sick. I mean, again, we were just talking about his size and the way that he moves, and again, Decoria Moore is going to get all of the press clippings, and everybody's going to talk about him because he's number one in the nation, and he should be talked about in that way. But, man, a kid like Zach Turner really does just make you say, man, how many more guys do they have that's coming behind guys? It's like a never-ending line of great quarterbacks, great players.
Carter Kopecky, pass complete to Nate Coleman, and there's the big splash play through the air that the Golden Bears have been looking for tonight.
Yeah, Kopecky made me mix up my words. I'm saying great quarterback because I see he has a man running down the field, and that's a great fade ball, finally leading his guy.
Another injury, this one at midfield.
Ooh, that's a big one. Yes.
Kevin Ford Jr. as he's limping off.
Hoping maybe that he just rolled an ankle.
Kevin Ford, one of the premier defensive players for Duncanville. The junior is a four-star recruit off the edge.
And, Jonah, I know you heard me when I asked Coach Samples, like, well, how do you replace these great players? I mean, this is dating all the way back to Heckma Harrison. How have you been able to do this? How do you continue to find great players, Coach?
The great Coach Harrison.
How do you do it, Coach?
All right, here we go. First down and 10. Kopecky showing the legs. Woo. A first down scamper. So some juice from Kopecky on this drive.
Well, look at these legs, though.
Big gain through the air, steps up, manipulates the pocket in a nice run.
Kopecky said, I'm gone. I'm out of here.
45 seconds left to go in the first half. Could Sock come away with some points here on this possession? That pass is reeled in by Coleman. He's become Kopecky's go-to target so far in this first half. Clock still ticking. Sock has one timeout remaining. Second and 8. Kopecky will throw it at. Try to stop the clock.
Okay.
Got to be careful with that. Depending on the time of the game.
Right.
There's a motion to clocking it that.
Yeah. May want to do that a little bit quicker, right? You at least 6 seconds go off the clock. And, man, we haven't seen that Reggie McNeil package in a while. Hope he's okay. He went out, looks like with a knee earlier, but hadn't come back in the game.
He took a hit on that first down run. Kopecky, 3rd and 8.
Got him.
Oh! Underthrew his man. He had Mikhail Trotter wide open and likely would have trotted into the end zone. Oh my goodness, that was close.
And that is the second time that they've gone to that play. First time they did it on, I believe it was a 4th down play, and then they jumped off sides, had to back them up, but they totally caught Duncanville out of position, outflanked them on that play, but Kopecky just not able to get the ball into his.
Kopecky to the air, receiver falls down, wants a flag and will get one. That pass was intended for Torrin Teague.
And again, that flag came out late. The flag came out late, but you see them get their feet tangled up.
Excuse me. A bit hard for us to read the numbers. For me. I don't have the best eyesight, Heckma.
Well, I have my binoculars on, and
Javian
Holiday goes down in the end zone. Good to see him walking off. Yeah. This is
we've had a few Panther players had to be helped off tonight.
Holiday is just another one of those great players at Duncanville. The senior, 6'1", 195.
Give a shout out to some of the folks watching tonight. We have people watching from Richmond, Virginia, Bend, Oregon, Anaheim, California. If you're on the YouTube page, hit us up in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Always get a kick out of seeing where people are tuning in from. Surely all over.
Yes.
And we have been hitting stop and start a lot tonight.
Yeah, we're just trying to end the first half, basically.
Trying to find that. Sock is trying to end the first half with some points or a touchdown in this situation. Trying to get into the end zone for the first time tonight.
Let's see. Do they still have their timeout? Duncanville calls a timeout with 15 seconds left here. And trying to figure out, where they are going to be attacked, because Kopecky on the last out and having an opportunity to hit a wide receiver, maybe get into the end zone to end the half, that would be ideal.
If you missed our open at the start of this broadcast, this is a matchup we've seen now 6 years in a row. Heckma, Duncanville, and South Oak Cliff. The Panthers have won the last 5 and trying to make it 6 straight this evening. The gap has closed a little bit, I think, in recent years, and Sock has crept a little bit closer, and we're talking about Duncanville, arguably the best team in the entire state of Texas. It's hard to match that firepower.
No, absolutely. And that last game, last year they played it at SMU, and Decoria Moore had an incredible game.
All right, here down 1st and goal. Carter Kopecky breaks through and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, South Oak Cliff with 10 seconds left in the first half. The Golden Bears get their first touchdown of the night.
Hey, guess what? There's no flags on the play. And Carter Kopecky says, look, maybe I can't make the easy throws, look routine. I can can do is I can do this RPO, fool the entire defense, and walk into the end zone on this great Duncanville defense.
That was a great drive from Carter Kopecky. Honestly, it started with that long pass play to Nate Coleman to get the ball in the Duncanville territory. Then he showed off the legs for a first down, and there for the touchdown. Scampers in. A really strong answer from Salk after going down 15 points, and to march the ball downfield like that. And
well, let's see. Looks like we had a penalty we didn't see.
after the touchdown.
Okay, I was like, come on, Jonah.
You were about to jinx it by saying there's no
God. It's like, no, they're not about to take points off the board after I said that.
Heckma Harrison in the booth is going to have nightmares of yellow flags falling from everywhere.
Oh, my God. This has been that game for sure.
And so the extra point is now
a little bit of degree of difficulty.
Yeah, more like a field goal.
Oh.
And that one not caught right by Salk kicker Cesar Olvera. And so the score remains 21-12, and that's a tough miss, as it makes it now still a two-possession game for South Oak Cliff.
You go in at halftime, if you're Jason Todd, and you go back and you start talking about these penalties. I think that's the number one thing that I talk about. Like, guys, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. And it's one thing that when you have an opponent against you, that's coming up against you that is as talented as Duncanville is, those are just the clear mistakes that you cannot make. And look, those self-inflicted wounds, we have to cut those out. And it's not just against Duncanville, it's against the likes of those 5A opponents that you will see down the line in playoffs. That you can't make those boneheaded plays. And I mean, you have these great players on the other side that, look, you're going to take yourself out of the game if you have those unsportsmanlike penalties and just those boneheaded things that you do that cost you 15 yards, or you make a great defensive play and then you do something dumb at the last minute that allows this team to at least continue a drive. And that's what we've been seeing right now in the first half on the end for South Oak Cliff.
Well, that's another added benefit of this matchup in non-district play, right? Obviously, the whole concept of playing two good teams, you, in theory, make your X's and O's better. But from a discipline standpoint, they can learn from stuff like this,
Absolutely.
right, and apply it to the rest of the season. So when these types of events roll around, they're less emotionally charged. It's week 2 of the season, a lot of newcomers for South Oak Cliff and for Duncanville as well. And so, with that comes acclimation to the varsity level and, certainly the starting level. So we've had a lot of unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, a lot of penalties in general. But here with just a handful of seconds left to go in the first half, we've still got a good football game, Heckma. It is 21-12, and that kickoff was a choice.
Maybe.
Not quite an onside kick.
Yeah, but...
And now you give Duncanville the ball at their own 39 or so?
Yeah, this is...
Just enough to throw it up deep to Decorian Moore?
Yeah, this is... I think they're going to place it right at about the 35 is where that's going to come out to. Yeah. And, again, I'm just stating for sure that I know that Coach Todd has a handle on this team. This is an emotionally charged game where both of these squads are obviously getting after each other. Ball placed now at the 40-yard line.
But it looks like they're going to... certainly appears to, unless they shift their formation here.
Yeah, not kneeling it.
No, for a moment it looked like it with Decorian Moore way back there in the backfield. Now they go 3 wide to the left. Quick throw to Zach Turner, and he's just brought down at midfield. And Duncanville has a timeout left, and
they split out wide, get right to about the 49-yard line, and is it Hail Mary time? Maybe we're looking at the last play of the first half.
Yeah, Sauk has just got 3 on the line. They'll bring 3 rushers. Keelan Russell. You hear the first half horn sound, and Russell will just run out of bounds and appear to talk a little something to the defense as they go into the half.
Well, he blew a kiss at the defender.
There's been
and there's that.
There's been a lot of chatter, pushing and shoving. A lot has transpired here in this first half of the ball game, but nonetheless, it is just a 9-point difference between the number 2 ranked team in the state for Class 6A and the number 2 ranked team in the state for Class 5A Division 2. Duncanville on top over South Oak Cliff. We've got halftime show coverage coming your way here on Friday Night Football, and then we'll be back with you for the second half.
The 12-yard touchdown. Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
And now, the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick.
Tonight's halftime performance will begin with Duncanville drill team, the Duncanville Hi-Hats under the direction of Brianna Dawson, followed by the Duncanville High School Marching Band led by Mark Teal. Hope you enjoy the show.
They are your three-time UIL State Marching Band champions. They hold the record of the most appearances of any 6A band at the Texas UIL State Marching Band Championships. Please welcome to the field the 2024 Duncanville High School Marching Band. The DHS Marching Band is led onto the field today by drum majors Kendrick Davis, Audrey Edwards, Jocelyn Parra, and Amanda Sivon. The Duncanville High School Band is led by directors Mark Teal, Paula Tagalas, Dylan Ryan, Ryan Brown, and Savannah Hutcherson. The Duncanville Color Guard is directed by Michael Shapiro, Joey Zissi, Jake Mooney, and Alex Serrano. Tonight, the Duncanville Band will perform parts 1 and 2 of our 2024 show entitled Royals. Our 2024 show is a celebration of the Duncanville Band's 70th anniversary and pays tribute to all of the students, parents, and directors who helped lay the red carpet for our band and Duncanville community. And now, Duncanville High School and the City of Champions present the band where pride makes the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to the 2024 Duncanville High School Marching Band. We would like to thank and recognize the support we received from our Duncanville Superintendent, Dr. Corrine, our Board of Trustees, Director of Fine Arts, Paul Doucet, DHS Executive Principal, Brian Bird, Collegiate Academy Principal, Timothy.
All right, next up, we've got the drill team for South Oak Cliff, the legendary Pivoteers under the direction of Kayla Evans, along with, of course, the band, the New Soul of the South, led by William Allen. Enjoy.
And I'm out from the goal and right.
Thanks for watching the Friday Night Football Halftime Show, sponsored by Golden Chick.
Hi, I'm Albert Martinez, Chief of Dallas Science Media.
The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. It's Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Right now,
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we do have the heat advisory and the air quality alert in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
Reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this story, of course. Be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with daybreak. What about you?
And thank you again for tuning in to watch the halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick.
Getting ready for the second half here, but let's take a look back because both of these programs deserve their props. Back in 2022, South Oak Cliff won the 5A Division II state championship. That was the second year in a row that they won that. And after that win, they decided to go full Zeke Elliott and jump in the Salvation Army Red Kettles at AT&T Stadium, a befitting celebration for a team that really led Dallas those 2 years to a state title. Almost won it again last year. We don't have to dwell on that for any Sock fans watching, but certainly
they're tired of hearing
yeah, looking
they
at
really are.
Obviously, those Golden Bears looking to get back there again. As for Duncanville, man, it took head coach Reginald Sample so long to win that state championship trophy, but he did it, and then he did it again last year in the 2023 state title. Caden Durham was a menace, gave the Panthers a 14-7 lead on that early touchdown. Then later in the half, Keelan Russell, who you've been watching tonight, to DeCorian Moore, who you've also been watching tonight, those juniors linking up for a 39-yard touchdown. Panthers went on to win 49-33 to give Coach Samp his second state championship. And now the Panthers are out for a three-peat, and Keelan Russell and DeCorian Moore are seniors, 2 5-star recruits, and looking like it tonight against the Golden Bears of South Oak Cliff, up 21-12 as we're just about 4 minutes away from the start of the second half.
Well, you're starting to see these two guys, and that's that connection between those two for years, has, these guys have had it on automatic, and working through the 7-on-7 season, it really does look routine when you see the way that he catches these guys en route and finds them. And you see it with the way that DeCorian Moore just completely trusts his quarterback to always put the ball in the right area. They have plenty of speed on the outside, but it is really the precision of the routes, I think, that once you're witnessing it live and seeing these guys run these routes together, you just look down the line for Duncanville, obviously, and what is called the District of Doom for a reason, because of the teams that they're going to go up against, the likes of the Waxahachis, the Skyline, the Mesquite Horns, but also notably DeSoto. Waiting.
DeSoto fans are watching from home. You just know they are.
Well,
they might be watching this when it's posted to our YouTube page after we're done being live. Obviously they've got a game going on and all that.
They are fighting North Crowley right now. North Crowley, another one of those good teams that.
How spoiled are we?
Here's the thing. I know I'm spoiled. Welcome to my little party, Jonah. This is incredible. I mean, nobody schedules it better than WFAA.
Hey, good plug for our station. Not just Golden Chick is paying the bill. We are too. Hey, thank you so much for watching. We've got a whole half to play.
I was like, are we leaving?
I know that. My tone implied that we're done. We are far from done. It feels like we've called an entire game because we did have that 45-minute lightning delay to start things off, and then about 1,000 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties and stop and starts. And through one half of play, Duncanville's got a 9-point lead on South Oak Cliff here at Kincaid Stadium. But all that said, it's been a good battle between these two powers, one in 6A, Duncanville, and one in 5A Division II, South Oak Cliff. And I come back to this line that we said off the top of the show in case anybody wasn't watching that point. Head coach Jason Todd of South Oak Cliff said he just wants to clip Coach Reginald Samples of Duncanville once. Yeah. He was his mentor. He just wants to beat him once so he can sit across from the table from him and talk a little smack back, because right now Sam's got the upper hand after winning the last 5 straight years in this matchup.
No, this is one of those things where I don't care if it's brother against brother, father against son, mentor, mentee. This is just that game that if you're, Coach Jason Todd, it's like when it's all said and done, I just want to have that one time that I can say, I got you, because I know you guys are going to always have the talent. And he even tried to, tell me, come on, Heckma, go over there and tell him, just let me get one. And I said, listen, what you're not going to do is send me into that room to ask the godfather of Texas high school football to let you have one. I know for sure that is not going to go over well, and not going to happen. Not going to come out of my mouth.
Yeah, why don't you tell the viewers watching this, Mr. Heckma Harrison, what is your connection to the godfather Reginald Samples?
Well, look, when Coach Samples took his first head coaching job, he came to Lincoln High School, and I was a sophomore at Lincoln High School when he took over. And so I, one of those experiences, man, that I relish, and I always, and no matter who asks me, I will tell them what is my claim to fame. I am Reginald Samples' first Division I recruit ever.
You can always say that, because he has had so many incredible players through the years.
Here, Jonah, and listen, I'm saying that because I know so many of my brothers are watching, and if you played for Reginald Samples, you are my brother, and he has hundreds of sons out there just like me.
Oh, that family tree is deep, for
absolutely.
sure.
And so a guy like him, I absolutely love him, love what he has built, the career that he has built, and like you said, I may be the first, but there were hundreds to come after me, and every time that I see him build these teams and go to a state title, it fills my heart with joy. But I will tell you this, I was at AT&T Stadium on that Galena North Shore Hail Mary ball. And when I tell you, it broke my heart.
Why you got to bring that up? Come on, that is old news.
No, well,
they are two state titles.
Let me tell you though.
Since
I was, in part of the media, and they were asking me, well, hey, Coach Samples well. What do you think he'll take from this? And I just told him, I said, look, the way that I know Coach Samples, he will take this, and this will galvanize him into the future to win more, to see him winning 2, and now on the cusp of possibly winning a 3rd. Man, no one is more deserving of that than Coach Reginald Samples.
All right, we are just getting moments away from the start of the second half as South Oak Cliff retakes the field. I'm Jonah Javad alongside Heckma Harrison. We thank you so much for watching this Friday Night Football broadcast. Some quick stats to get to. For Duncanville, quarterback Keelan Russell, he's 14 of 20 for 70 yards, 3 touchdowns. 2 of those have gone to Zach Turner, who's got 4 grabs for 58 yards. DeCorian Moore, we've spoken so much about him. He's got 6 catches for 68 yards, and that 3rd passing touchdown went to Emmanuel Ellison. He's got 2 catches for 28 yards. For South Oak Cliff, quarterback Carter Kopecky, he's 5 of 15 on the night for 59 yards. Those 5 completions have all been to Nate Coleman, so the lone receiver on the night for the Golden Bears. And Mikhail Trotter's got 4 carries for 47 yards on the ground for Sock. Keelan Russell leading the way for Duncanville on the ground with 4 carries for 28 yards. And so Duncanville will receive the ball here to start things off in the second half as the Panthers look to add to a 9-point lead. And it was not 9 points for most of that first half. This was really a back-and-forth game. Panthers got the lead early and then extended it in a blink there late in the first half. Sock, to their credit, able to get a touchdown there in the final seconds to bridge the gap a little bit.
Yeah, they got to come back. If I'm South Oak Cliff, and I'm sure we talked about this earlier, that for Coach Jason Todd, he had to tell his team, look, guys, you got to stop shooting yourself in the foot with these penalties. Find a way to get back in this game. And the one thing that for sure that Coach Jason Todd wants to do, he wants to finish this game strong, okay? He wants to cut out these penalties, but also get in the scoring column and continue to pour these points on, but finish strong.
Here goes Asen Theus on the return. He's dragged down close to the 30. Another helmet pops off. Yeah, we've spoken about it. And again, this is something that South Oak Cliff has done in the past few years. They really use these non-district games as a chance to see how they measure up against the cream of Texas high school football. It was North Shore last week. It's Duncanville this week. Next week, or their next matchup, Longview.
Can't wait to see that game, because here's the thing: when you use words like cream of the crop, they're playing that's how South Oak Cliff feels about themselves. We're the cream of the crop, and look, Jonah, it's an Oak Cliff mentality. You just have to be. It's a lifestyle. It's not just a name, okay? It is a lifestyle. When you say I'm from South, you can't come within an inch of a person that's from South Oak Cliff that they won't tell you I'm from Oak Cliff. And so these are Marsalis boys out here. They believe in what they have just as much as the guys from Duncanville.
Lifestyle. Was that a shout out to Rich Homie Kwan? All right,
come on now. Yes, it absolutely was.
There we go.
It absolutely was. Oh man, R.I.P. Rich Homie Kwan. Gosh, it's tough.
2nd down and 11 here for Duncanville. This is the opener, the season opener for the Panthers. They had a off week to start things off, and so they get going against South Oak Cliff to kick off their 2024 season.
And look at this, Keelan Russell going with an empty backfield, 5 wide, just spreading South Oak Cliff out.
Oh, and he's wrapped up, taken down.
Ooh, yeah. There's that guy we've been waiting to say his name, and he took his belt off and put a whooping on him right there, did he not?
K3, they call him.
K3.
Camarion Morgan. He's a senior, a 6'5", 230-pound defensive end, a 4-star recruit that's committed to Baylor. And I was asking Heckma about it in the first half. I mean, we haven't called his name at all because Duncanville was doing so much quick passing. There, Keelan Russell hung back and held on to the ball just long enough for Morgan to get home.
Boy, and you want that. You want for Keelan Russell to have that pocket awareness and the time the bell to go off in his head that I don't have any time. He still was looking up the field and not realizing that he had Morgan breathing down his neck. And so those are just things that he will continue to, grow from and just get better and progress as a player.
Yeah, a rare 3 and out in this game as Duncanville will punt on their opening drive of the second half, and DeCorian Moore will do the honors, and he's in his own end zone at the moment.
And he is a punter. We saw from the first punt from DeCorian Moore, this one's low.
Able to grab the ball off the turf and boot it away. A couple of bobbles, and Yvonne Morton able to corral it, and he's down at the 49-yard line. So great field position for South Oak Cliff as the Golden Bears offense takes the field for the first time here in the second half. Down 9 to the Panthers, and you wonder if they try to draw on some of that attack that they had at the end of the first half. Carter Kopecky really showed out, had a great pass to Nate Coleman, then showed off his ability in the running game. Yeah. So maybe they go back to some of that, at least letting Kopecky run the offense, because they did bring in Reggie McNeil for a possession. He got dinged up, and so back to number 12, Carter Kopecky, a captain and a senior for this Golden Bears offense.
So, Jonah, you're not saying Kopecky running the ball, showing his leg, his footwork out here. You say just run the offense.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of both. Why not? And then they try to go with the end around to Morton, and he's dragged down behind the line of scrimmage.
I say to Kopecky, don't press your luck, okay? You're down in the red zone. You trick them with that RPO. Rely on your big play guys, because he's got some talent around him as well. We saw earlier in that first quarter, Damon Williams opened up the show with a big gain, and since then we hadn't seen anything. The offense, in the running game, they've been taking tackles for losses.
And here we go. Back to the ground game, and it's
Damon Williams.
Damon Williams, indeed. Part of that committee approach for the South Oak Cliff offense. You'll see Morton, Williams, Ricky Giles, Mikhail Trotter, Carter Kopecky.
Yeah,
everyone
Kopecky
can tote the rock, it seems, in that backfield for Sock. Kopecky on 3rd and 6. Duncanville brings extra pressure. Pass complete, and it's short of the line to gain. It's may even be for a lot. Bring up 4th down.
And number 3, Javian Holiday is shaking up over here on the near side. Looked like he maybe a bit of a stinger. He went down low, shoulder into the leg. When people say stinger, people think that maybe that's a little light thing, but just imagine your left side, your left arm just going completely numb and tingling, and you got to try and shake it off and get the feeling back in your entire arm, and it takes a long time for that to happen.
Heckma, that happens to me when I sit on the couch for too long and my legs are just rested up in one position. I get the dead leg and got to shake it out a little bit. It's the same thing. We're all athletes in this world.
No, that's completely different.
Oh, come on now.
No, that's not it.
All right, 4th and 6. Oh, it's nearly blocked, but just gets it away. Kopecky, that's not a bad punt, all things considered. It's going to roll all the way down inside the 5-yard line.
That was beautiful.
My goodness, it was inches away from being blocked, and instead it pins the Duncanville offense at its own 4-yard line.
Well, hey, that first possession to start things off here in the third quarter, you saw how South Oak Cliff came out. They were just making those spaces very limited and trying to make Keelan Russell make quick decisions. Anytime he tried to get his eyes looking up the field, that pressure was there to get a sack. They have to continue to bottle him up and not make life so easy for him. You saw him at the end of that first half. He was just commanding this offense at his will, and when things broke down, what did he do? He started to create with his feet.
This time, some motion in the backfield. Handoff is to Jaqueline Armstrong, and Armstrong only had 4 carries for 10 yards in that first half, and this is something we're not used to seeing with Duncanville, and usually that rushing attack is a bit more explosive.
Yeah.
And from the running back room, I should say.
Yeah, well, look, when you have a running back like Caden Durham, man, it is,
It's
you're
hard to
spoiled.
replace, yeah.
You're really, talk about spoiled. A guy like that will just make you think that, you'll be able to enjoy that talent forever. Caden Durham is taking his talents to the SEC, and we'll start to see him on Saturdays at LSU.
That pass was complete to Trenton Yancey. Good enough for a first down. So Panthers no longer pinned back near their own goal line, and that one falls incomplete, intended for Zach Turner. Turner had a fantastic first half for Duncanville, a couple of touchdown grabs. One was a great over-the-top alley-oop type play on the we had one-on-one coverage in the end zone and made a great grab there in man coverage, and then the second one he was able to use his athleticism, get open in the middle of the field and get in for 6. And so he's become a bit of a reliable target for Keelan Russell, not just Decorian Moore in this offense.
No, one thing about it, he is a specimen. And a guy like that with hands like that and route running ability, I kid about him being a tight end. His speed shows you exactly why he is just a big wide receiver. But, boy, getting that ball on the outside right there to Asen Theus, another speedster.
Yeah, good blend of athletes in this Duncanville offense. And, that one.
Can I say something? I just got to say this.
His helmet's come off a couple of times.
Because I've called a few games, and their helmets all over the field, okay? Guys, tighten your helmet, okay? Tighten your chin strap. Come on now.
Yeah, concussions aren't cool.
It's not. Tighten your chin strap. You'll
miss a whole game.
Yeah,
you got
man.
a concussion. You want to stay on the field.
Really, it's just dangerous. And you see a lot of times those helmets are rolling all over the place. Is Keelan Russell again.
He's got gears, man. He's got different gears when he's in the open field. And not all quarterbacks have that, right? Like they'll take off and they're just one speed. And you're seeing that elusiveness and that kind of shift. That depending on if he's just trying to get to the first down marker or if he's trying to go upfield, I mean, he could flip a switch depending on what the defense gives him.
Yeah, well, what we forget is that he's 6'4". Not only is he running, he's big and running, and that's an assignment, man.
Decorian Moore! Oh, he steps out of bounds. Oh my goodness, Decorian Moore makes an incredible grab and juke, and I thought he was going to the house, but he must have stepped out of bounds there on that far sideline. And then he points back at the defender, or is he? We're looking at the replay here. Oh, and he just barely steps out of bounds.
Jonah, I didn't know what happened right there when he turned around and pointed. I'm like, wait a minute.
I thought he was taunting a little bit to the defender. He just barely stepped out of bounds there. That was nearly a touchdown, and a breathtaking one it would have been.
Well, absolutely, and if you're calling that taunting, I've never seen anyone just stop mid-route to taunt and point at somebody on the ground. I don't know what kind of speed he possesses.
Hey, man, this is football in 2024. I've given up trying to assume anything is anything. I'm sure a player will do that eventually. We'll start taunting from the 30-yard line. It'll happen, but not there. Keelan Russell escapes, still under pressure, takes a hit, and that falls incomplete. Wow, he took a smack there as that ball comes away.
Yeah, he's gambling. He is gambling. Keelan Russell is, and man, number 11, Jordan Atkinson, is down on the field. That's the guy that I was mentioning, the counterpart to number 3, Cameron Morgan on the other side. Jordan Atkinson, and just a part of that wrecking crew up front for South Oak Cliff.
We're going to take a short break. It looks like Atkinson's walking off. We're going to hang put for a moment. Do a quick recheck here. It's 21-12, Duncanville, 6:35 left to go in the third quarter. You're watching Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus, WFAA YouTube channel, If you're new to this sort of thing, we do these games almost every week during the high school football season here in North Texas. A dandy of a matchup tonight between the number 2 ranked team in Class 6A, Duncanville, and the number 2 ranked team in Class 5A Division II, South Oak Cliff. All right, here we go. 3rd and 8, Keelan Russell. Drops back, he throws deep, he's got a man wide open, and it's caught for a touchdown.
Boy, that was a beautiful ball, and you see the sophomore, Trenton Yancey, streaking down the sideline. They got double coverage over the top, and he is still able to get behind 2 defenders. Man, that's just pure speed going down the sideline for Trenton Yancey, and another score for Duncanville.
Just a roster full of playmakers for Duncanville. If it's not Moore, it's Theus. If it's not Theus, it's Turner. If it's not Turner, it's Ellison. In this case, it's the sophomore, Trenton Yancey, and that extra point is blocked. So, 27-12 the score. It's still a 2-possession game, Heckma Harrison.
No, it is. Absolutely. And you know what? It's just so many little things have gone wrong for South Oak Cliff. And I know everyone tries to stage this game and saying, you know, South Oak Cliff going up against the Goliath of 6A. But, man, this is just, you know, big on big, good on good. And as you stated before, iron does indeed sharpen iron.
So this game is far from over. We've still got a whole quarter and a half to go. But I want to take a quick look ahead to our matchup next week. We've got North Crowley at home against Denton Guyer, a couple of the top 20 ranked teams in the state for Class 6A, Crowley in the top 5. And what is North Crowley doing right now?
What are they doing right now?
Up 43-41 on DeSoto.
Yeah.
With 3:07 left to go in the 3rd quarter, DeSoto, the powerhouse.
Well, let me tell you something. A couple weeks ago, maybe a week ago, got an opportunity to call the Jerry Jones Classic at the Star, and that was featuring North Crowley and the Lancaster Tigers. Okay, and it was I love it. And I tell you what, it was a showdown between 2 powerhouse teams as well. But one of the things that I saw was a guy by the name of Chris Jimerson. Next week, I cannot wait, Jonah, till you get an opportunity to see what they are cooking up in Goon City. That's what they call North Crowley.
I am so excited for that.
Goon City.
I've got a chance to, you know, spend some time with Ray Gates a season or couple seasons ago when he got there after his time at Cedar Hill, and you know that program is.
Don't you love Ray? Ray's so good.
I was going to say they're moving in the right direction. I think they found their direction. They're there, and to be giving DeSoto a game right now, not just giving him a game, on top by 2 in the 3rd quarter. Last we checked, that's impressive. So. We're keeping eyes on that game. We're trying to keep eyes on all the games, and we got eyes on this one, obviously, as South Oak Cliff will take the field just past the 25-yard line.
Den Guyer's a really good team also, so that is going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, Guyer crept into the rankings after week 1, so we've got a battle of 2 ranked teams for next week's 6A clash. North Crowley, win or lose tonight. I mean, they are a fierce team, and so that's going to be an exciting one over at Crowley ISD Stadium.
Had an opportunity to talk with Coach Gates about last year. They got eliminated in the semifinals versus Duncanville, and he said, man, there was so much that he learned from that game, just little small things, little nuanced things that if he had an opportunity to do again, and when he gets that opportunity, it's like, I'm going to do things so much different than the last time.
There is nothing quite like experience when it comes to big-time playoff football games.
Yeah.
There isn't. You can't, it's not something you can simulate in practice. It is something you either do as a program, as a coach, as the players and the kids on the field, and feel and experience, and then in theory, as long as you're not a senior and that's your last shot, you can bring some of that to the field the next time around. We've seen it with the programs we're covering here tonight. You know, Duncanville got so close so many times and then finally broke through a few years ago. That is because of that experience they had in the playoffs and knowing what it takes. That is a big defensive play there.
Well, hey, you got to try and find some part of your offense and trying to get it going. And so we're going with Carter Kopecky on a design run out of the RPO. And
Duncanville was all over it. Kevin Ford Jr. back in the game, by the way. He limped off in the second quarter, but he's back in, number 10 for Duncanville, a four-star recruit over there on the defensive end. And so it brings up 2nd and 12. South Oak Cliff way back in their own end. And unable to hold the block, tripped up in traffic, and that brings up 3rd and long. South Oak Cliff, I mean, we gave them a lot of props. In the first half, they were moving that ball downfield every possession, especially the final one before the half when they got the touchdown. But they've been stymied here in the second half. Duncanville's defense making the proper adjustments to, take away what they need to.
Yeah, bringing up a big-time third down here, and they found themselves in 3rd down quite a bit in their own territory.
Kopecky rolls to his right, fires, and it's incomplete.
Well, I guess the irony of that pass is that it goes through the arms of number 13 for South Oak Cliff, and then there's number 10 there that almost picks it off as well. So he had 2 receivers in the area, Teague and Moore.
A 3-and-out for Saucon. Forced to punt it away, and DeCorian Moore setting up shop at midfield. You can't miss DeCorian Moore because he's the guy with the bright orange gloves. You think he's ready to go to Oregon?
Yeah, I think he's got some unfinished business. He knows where he's going. He knows his future is bright. But, man,
he's got another year to get there.
Yeah, he's
due time.
He knows that, man.
A few months, I should say.
Winning a 3rd state title would cement him as one of the best Texas high school football players ever. And in this case,
that is wild to think about, by the way.
No, absolutely. And this another punt. They're just saying, look, we're not gonna punt this to you and allow you to get to the house.
Special teams has left a bit to be desired this evening. We'll chalk it up to those week 2.
I mean, when you have a playmaker like that sitting back at the 40, just daring you to punt it to him, like I advise anyone, don't do it.
I would miss the ball entirely. I'd be terrified. I'd whiff on the punt. I mean, that is why so many coaches will tell their players just don't even kick it near him. Sacrifice. I don't know if they'd say sacrifice the 13 yards and kick it out of bounds, but definitely keep it away from him. So here we go. Duncanville with fantastic field position to start this drive, and the pass is complete to Asen Theus, and there goes Theus breaking some tackles.
Well, I tell you what, looking at the play, look at how well they blocked this up over here on the side. Zach Turner getting out front, and number 13, Emmanuel Ellison. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, that has been one of the difference makers tonight, the blocking downfield. And then once again, some great blocking.
And let's just do it on the other side.
The flag is thrown. I wonder if they're going to catch someone for holding.
Yeah, it looked like they had Yancey over on that other side. Yancey and Ellison. Maybe caught the sophomore on the hold as he runs out of the game.
I'm not advocating for offensive holding, but you do love to see your players who are not getting the ball, who are blocking, doing it in an aggressive way that shows the effort, right? Like so many coaches want their running backs to be good blockers, to show just show some degree of desire or effort. So if you can get guys to just buy in on the blocking, obviously you don't want penalties, but
well, I tell you what, there's some defense that's showing up right there that you needed. Jamarian Phillips is back on the field after the penalty in the first half. Good to see him back in and making plays. But going back to something that you were saying about blocking, think about this. With all the talent that they have over there on the sideline for Duncanville, if you miss an assignment and you're not doing your job, there's a guy on the other side that's just as good, waiting for his opportunity, just looking to get into the ball game. So
absolutely,
you better be staying on your block or at least making effort.
Keelan Russell pump fakes again. That one falls incomplete. He had him. Zach Turner was open in the end zone if that ball could get there.
Can you see that?
Zach Turner is putting on a show tonight.
No,
whether he's catching the ball or not, he is impressive.
Oh, he is. And one thing about it, Coach Samples even talked about Zach Turner and said, man, he is a tough customer. A guy that, he's like, I've seen Zach go across the middle and just get completely blown up. And that kid go to the sideline, get a drink of water, and come right back and continue to play. You need tough guys like that on your team to set the example for everybody else, and that's one of your young guys.
Yeah, he's only a 3-star junior. I imagine he'll be adding a star or two to that by the time he graduates. Pass intended for DeCorian Moore goes incomplete as Moore tried to climb the ladder for that one.
Yeah, and that was one of those balls that just got away from Keelan Russell.
See what Duncanville does here on 4th and 12.
You got the last
from the 20.
Got your point after attempt blocked, and so now here with 3:58 left here in the third, what do they dial up, Jonah?
I'm supposed to ask you, Heckma.
Is that right? Okay.
There we go. 4th down. Keelan evades pressure, throws to the end zone, looking for more, and that is right off. That is right off the clock.
Well, he was pinpoint accurate. I think that's what he was aiming at, if you ask me. I hope it was at the clock. All of his receivers were at the back of the end zone. Keelan just trying to create with his feet. He has 2 receivers in that area. He has DeCorian and Turner, but no way they were going to be able to go up and get that ball.
And so South Oak Cliff takes over on downs, down 15 to the 2-time reigning state champion Duncanville Panthers. Golden Bears trying to get back to the state title for a 4th straight year.
They got a good team. And in spite of some of the mistakes that they've made and the penalties, you can see it. I mean, these guys have some explosive players on offense. Carter Kopecky has also shown once he brings those nerves down a little bit, he's pinpoint and accurate, and he can find receivers. I think one of the things that they're gonna have to find some consistency in that running game.
1st down after the completion, Torrin Teague, and they're dragged down in the backfield. Whew. It's one thing to hashtag establish the run. It's another thing to do it. And it's hard to do it against this Panthers defense, which has really stepped up to the challenge here in the second half. They look incredible compared to some of the plays in that first half.
Oh, A.J. Brown right there. Once he gets his paws on you, you're not going to go any further, as you saw right there on that last run. Things stop immediately when number 11 got his hands on you. And that defensive front, I think, is so special that they're able to they were blitzing a little bit there in the first half, but they've been generating pressure with just 4 down linemen. And for Coach Borner, he loves to see that.
Here we go, 2nd and 12. And another gain, or I should say no gain.
Speaking of a Borner, that's Nehemiah Borner also shutting things down on the outside.
The son of defensive coordinator Ramel Borner.
Like that. That's old school. Number 25, Damon Williams has the towel. He has Debo on his towel, number 25. Okay. Man, we used to go all over town trying to get our numbers on towel. This is some 1990s kind of stuff I'm talking about here.
Oh, no. Don't date yourself, Heckman.
Oh, man, don't matter, man. I love it.
Oh, could be there goes the flags. Yep. So it was Reggie McNeil.
It's good to see him back in the game.
Good to see him back. He was in for possession at quarterback for South Oak Cliff, and Took a bit of a awkward hit. And then Kopecky came back in for him, and McNeil's back out there, at least on that play.
That got hit in the knee, and looks like they're going to get a, well, South Oak Cliff is backing up.
Yeah, it looked like McNeil took a hit after he slid, but head referee Shane Lawrence has been doing a lot of, has been getting a lot of screen time here on Friday Night Football.
He is going to have to take his towel, and those flags are going to have to be washed today. They've gotten plenty of work.
You ever thrown one of those flags, the yellow flags? Like, have you ever done the motion?
No.
Super awkward.
No.
It's like a big ball of sand, right?
Yeah. No, I've always tried to stay away from flags. It's just one of those things I don't gravitate to, Jonah.
I think anyone who's a fan of football.
What, grabs a flag and throw it?
No, the opposite. They try to stay as far away from those yellow flags as possible. If you watch it, if you play it, there's nothing more annoying as a football fan than, yellow flag, come on.
Well, hey, for this game particularly, it has been a flag fest, and getting through that first half was the challenge. We thought the lightning delay was something. It has been the flags that have been called in this game that's kind of slowed the pace of the game down and made it kind of herky-jerky without any rhythm in that first half. They tried to get it going, but the flags have resurfaced.
3rd and 27, Duncanville brings pressure. And South Oak Cliff can do absolutely nothing with it. Reggie McNeil runs out of bounds to bring up 4th down and very long as Carter Kopecky comes out to punt. He's QB1 and punter.
And they're just bringing pressure from all over the place. And talk about this offensive line and how big these guys are. You know, this is a lot of speed that they put up against that size, and that speed is winning, has won, obviously, over the course of these 3 quarters. And Kopecky just no room to run or look down the field. How did he miss that?
That one is sky high and takes a bad bounce for South Oak Cliff. Duncanville will get the ball now at the 38-yard line of South Oak Cliff.
Yeah, this is one of those drives that
this could be a dagger.
Yes, it could. I mean, but hey, one of the things that you're going to be able to come away with if you're South Oak Cliff and you look at this, you can say, look, we had some early success. We had some things going right for our offense, man. But as this game continued to go along, man, it just was nothing we could do with the talent that they had on the outside. Marcel Gibson, as talented as he is as a cornerback, he just had way too many guys running at him time and time again. And at some point, the dam will break.
Quick update, North Crowley scored a touchdown. It's 49-44 North Crowley over DeSoto in the 4th quarter.
Well, that
is a game of titans.
How about that? And if North Crowley can win that game, that changes national rankings, and because DeSoto is a nationally ranked team.
And for good reason, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
That pass complete to Zach Turner.
I love what you said earlier, Jonah. Zach Turner has put on a show out here.
Yeah, this seems to be the Zach Turner coming out party for him. Coach Reginald Sample spoke highly of him during our meeting earlier this week, and we'll see where how the height and weight shakes out for him when he hits senior year next year. But you do wonder, because he's kind of in that tweener size. Is he just going to be a really big receiver? Does he become one of those super athletic tight ends that we see so much in today's college and NFL? We'll see.
Well,
but he's been fantastic tonight with a couple of touchdown grabs. That handoff goes for nothing.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jonah. What I would love for you to do is get down field level and just see this guy on the ground. He is a specimen, and it is almost unfair. He was a freshman playing varsity at Duncanville. That in itself is a statement.
Yeah, if you're a freshman seeing the field at Duncanville, you're going to be good. Keelan Russell complete to Decorian Moore. Speaking of good, that's real good. Oh my, Decorian Moore. Juke City, touchdown Panthers.
Here's the move of the century. Oh no.
You know, I only do that. I can only do that in Madden.
Hey, is that right?
Yeah, if I did that now, I'd break a hip.
Yeah, well.
Oh, what a move by Decorian Moore.
My God.
33-12 pending the extra point, and could say the route is on here at Kincaid Stadium.
What a move by Decorian Moore, and it's just always something that he can come out of his bag with, splitting defenders like that. The electric slide at Kincaid Stadium.
What a play by Decorian Moore, the Oregon commit. We said it at the top of our broadcast. Up. A flag thrown, and once again, things getting a bit chippy between these two teams. But going back to Decorian Moore, we said it at the start of the show, not just the number one ranked receiver in the area or the state. He is the number one ranked wide receiver in the entire country on every scouting website you look at. When it comes to receivers, he stands alone. And tonight, I wasn't sure if that was going to be accurate. I think it's accurate.
Yeah, no matter how you add it up.
Oh my!
No matter how you put it together, Jonah.
He's showing the arsenal. He's showing the arsenal. He's showing the repertoire. It's not just the route running or the jukes, but you see with his hands when the ball comes to him.
Yeah.
There's a certain reaction there that he's aggressive at the point of attack, and that's always the sign of a star receiver.
Well, here's the thing. In North Texas, we are just so spoiled with the athletes that we have, but the wide receivers that we have in North Texas this year is outstanding. Not only do you have Decorian Moore here at Duncanville, you have Kalik Lockett at Saxe. These are guys, one's going to Oregon, the other one's going to Texas, but no matter which stadium you decide to go to on a Friday, it is a freak show when you see these two guys on the field.
It's just different.
Yeah.
Texas high school football is just different. I'm not from Texas originally, but I've been here for about 7 years now, and from the first game, it was like eye-opening, revealing, okay, this is what people mean when you talk about Texas high school football with people who aren't from here. And so it's a treat for us. We're so blessed to be able to bring these games to you every week here on Friday Night Football. We thank you for watching on WFAA Plus, the WFAA YouTube channel. If you're still watching on YouTube, hit us up in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Some incredible places you guys are tuning in from. I know the internet can be a little bit spotty on these feeds, but we thank you for bearing with us and tuning in, and can't wait to bring you all the games we've got for the rest of the season, including next week, which is certainly shaping up to be quite a good one, with North Crowley giving DeSoto a heck of a game tonight. We'll keep you posted as we get updates there.
I cannot. I can't wait. I mean, next week is going to be a treat for you. I'm excited for you, okay? Because you get an opportunity to see this front and center North Crowley and the dogs that they have in the 817 and what Ray Gates is building over there. It really is impressive. If you just live in a bubble, you would think that Duncanville is all there is in 6A. Boy, there are some really, really good teams coming down the pipeline, and some teams that are building up.
Oh, for sure.
And North Crowley is one of the good ones.
Well, they've shown exponential growth year over year, and this might be the year that they really break out. Certainly seems that way, at least. First down, a gain of a few for South Oak Cliff.
Yeah, Kopecki still out here throwing, still trying to get things moving with his receivers. There's one thing about Kopecki, man, that we've seen that as the game is going, it's just easier for him to get the ball inside to his slot receivers.
And so that is the end of the third quarter. Duncanville on top, 34-12 on South Oak Cliff. So far, the Panthers pitching a shutout. in the second half. We'll get ready for the fourth quarter. We're actually going to hang put because there is a chance that we are live on WFAA right now. It's high school game night, Heckma Harrison. What you know about high school game night?
I know plenty. I know plenty. I mean, come on now. I've been adopted by WFAA, so I feel like I'm a part of the family. But this is, this has been a really good game. The score at this point, 34-12, would make you think that obviously this has been a runaway game for Duncanville. But that first quarter was very interesting. The way that South Oak Cliff just continued to battle and had things. It was 7-6 at one point, but something happened, and I think that Duncanville put their big boy pants on, and they got really heavy-footed, and they took off.
What's that phrase people like to use? It's something is inevitable. Duncanville is inevitable. I mean, it's just you can hang close, but who has the firepower to contend with Keelan Russell, DeCorian Moore? I mean, if Zach Turner keeps balling the way he is tonight, who is stopping Duncanville?
Here's the thing. You know what, Jonah? I felt exactly like you felt in years past.
And then something happened.
And no. What happens is a team starts driving up 45 towards AT&T Stadium from Houston, and I go, oh, my God, I did not have them in the equation.
Oh, my gosh. North Shore's automatic, isn't it? Big gain here for South Oak Cliff on 2nd down and 4 to get things started here in the fourth quarter. Nice run there from Damon Williams. Another quick update for you. North Crowley on top, 57-44, 7 minutes to go. So, whoa.
When they mean it when they say North Crowley versus everybody.
57 points with 7 minutes left in the fourth. That is incredible what North Crowley is doing against the state champion DeSoto Eagles. Wow. Still enough time for things to change in that one, but that is a surprising score.
Yeah, this is one of those teams you got to see to believe, and if I didn't see it last week, I wouldn't have believed it. But I am a believer. I am a believer in Ray Gates. But boy, that district of doom, that district is so tough, and I got an opportunity to call the Waxahachie Ennis game last week, and Waxahachie is going to be really good as well. I almost had Mike Leslie this close to saying that Waxahachie would beat a DeSoto or Duncanville. He walked all the way out to the edge of it.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. He wasn't quite willing to go as far as comparing Waxahachie to the
Jonah, he was
to the powers that can't wisdom.
He was right there. And he started walking all the way back.
Listen, hot takes are great until they burn you.
Until they burn you. He wouldn't fall for the bait. He's no way.
Yeah.
He's I am not a stupid man. I am not going to do that.
He's got baby brain, but not that strong.
And he does have baby brain.
Yeah.
He does.
If no one knows by now, we just want to wish Mike Leslie and his wife Erin, their whole family, congratulations. Baby number 2 has arrived. I'm pinch hitting for him this week. He's normally on the mic for these Friday night football games, and I know he loves it dearly, so I'm trying to treat it as such. I joked with him earlier this week. It's like his 3rd baby.
It is.
So,
hey, you know what? Here's the thing about
Mike.
Mike.
We know he's watching.
Oh, well, yeah. Of course he is.
He's got to get the little one, initiated into Texas high school football.
Yeah, he is. He's getting that personal touch, that daddy time right now. But this is his baby, and I told him he was having a boy. And Mike, I just want health. I want health. It doesn't matter to me. I'm like, you got your boy coming. Don't you worry. He's been hanging out with his mom way too long. That's a boy.
Oh, congratulations to them. Back here on the field, 3rd down and long, and that comes up short. Another pass complete to Nate Coleman. He has been pretty much South Oak Cliff's offense tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Carter Kopecki's had a couple of nice runs, but in the receiving game, he's been pretty much it for the most part. So he's had a nice night, but there hasn't been a lot of bright spots for this South Oak Cliff attack going against this stout Duncanville defense.
But one thing about it is this wide receiver group, they are young. You know, they are juniors and plenty of time to develop in that room. But one of the receivers that he does have a connection with, and that's Nate Coleman.
We still got, looks like about 1,800 of you guys watching live on the WFAA YouTube channel. We thank you for hanging out with us tonight. We're enjoying it. We had a 45-minute weather delay, and once that got done, this game got fired up, and we love these battles. We love seeing great teams go head-to-head, and it doesn't really matter what the scoreboard shows because district play is coming up before long, and that is really what matters most, I guess I would say, in Texas high school football. These teams, I love that they get together because they struggle to schedule non-district opponents. Nobody wants to get that automatic L. And so them going head-to-head, even though it's a 6A versus a 5A, it's a whole lot of fun. It's fun for us to call these games and to see these talented teams square off.
How different is it, though, for South Oak Cliff on the other side? They definitely they have the opposite of the District of Doom when you talk about South Oak Cliff. I mean, you know, for Duncanville, they know that they got tough sledding ahead of them, and they just got to stay healthy all the way through it. But on the other side for Duncanville, there's just like, on the other side for South Oak Cliff, that this is why they schedule that tough opposition.
I know some of y'all are in the comments talking about DeSoto and North Crowley. We are equally as amazed at that scoreboard right now in the fourth quarter, with North Crowley up a couple of scores. Incredible. Keelan Russell. Oh, there come the flags, but.
Well, he took his helmet off.
He got smacked in the face holding his mouth.
Oh, man, that is awful. Wow.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's wow. Okay.
Another helmet falling off.
Well, Corday Houston, if we see the replay on this one, this is one of those plays where, you know, I guess he goes by, he's feeling like he's getting held, but he literally rips the helmet of Keelan Russell off, and it's in his hand. So, easy call for the referee.
I wonder who did it.
Yeah, well, if you're still holding the evidence, you know, it really kind of makes it easy for the referees in that situation. Wow.
The Duncanville offense led by offensive coordinator Jason Lavender. Sox defense led by defensive coordinator Kyle Ward. What do you make of this Panthers attack tonight? It looked like they were really just going with the quick pass early on, and since they've been, you know, more willing to air it out at times.
Yeah, I just feel as though initially the game plan was to attack them short, spread everything out, and make this South Oak Cliff defense run. That worked perfectly, especially when you have the weapons that you do on the outside with the likes of Decorium Moore and now Zach Turner. These guys were picking up those yak yards, but then when Keelan Russell wanted to let it rip and get it down the field, he has some speedsters that we see that he can rely on as well, and they're not just a one-horse kind of team to get behind just Decorium Moore. They got some other guys that can get it done as well.
I love that play by Keelan Russell. He pump faked and threw. The throw was incomplete, but he really had the whole defense frozen for a second. Could have taken off, actually, running there on the right side.
And that's what I thought he was going to do. Once he gets out, he pumps fake.
Bang.
Yeah, there you go. But
he did have a defender, but with Russell's speed, I mean, one-on-one to the edge.
Yeah. Those are the kind of throws that I'm sure you go back and you look at, and Coach Lavender is going to tell you, look, late across your body, back to the middle of the field, that is a sin.
That one gets...
Oh, that went backwards.
Yeah, they're ruling it incomplete.
Okay.
I mean, for being up 22, Keelan Russell is taking some hits right now.
No, he has, and look at, see the pressure right there at the last minute, but I thought that ball went backwards.
You would think they would want to be a little bit more conservative.
Running.
You would think having the game in hand, yeah, and maybe try to establish some ground games, especially because this has been a kind of a committee. You don't really know, what you have there necessarily. You've got a handful of guys, but they haven't had a lot of success running the ball, given the score and time. you wonder if that's a possibility and at least keeps your QB more protected than taking shots on a blitz on third down.
And again, unfortunately, and maybe they're going to get them with an illegal substitution here, a delay of game. But you know, you have to take into consideration that Duncanville hasn't had this is their first game. This is the first time that they're getting to see their offense try and get into any kind of rhythm. These are just plays that they've been practicing on air or inter-squad scrimmage. They have had another scrimmage against another squad. I believe it was Hebron that they played. But again, this is just another opportunity for them to get those reps in to see, you know, how those plays develop and get their offensive line going as well. But one of the things that you don't want to do is get your quarterback hit like that.
DeCorian Moore with another great punt. I mean, he might be equally as good a punter as he is a wide receiver.
No, Jonah.
No,
this is where we separate.
No, maybe not.
This is where we separate.
Hey, we're just trying to fill time here. I'm kidding. He is a pretty amazing.
He's good.
He is a really good punter.
Yeah, he's good, but he go too far. They call him anger. He has a future at the punt position.
Listen, if wide receiver doesn't work out for DeCorian Moore, he knows you can always pivot to punting.
Oh man, he is. Have you seen this kid run track?
Oh my gosh. That's another thing. We talk about the talent in football here in Texas, especially, you know, at Duncanville. Oh, the track is just on par.
Yes, it is.
My goodness.
Y'all don't have anybody running like that up north? Ain't got that kind of speed.
We don't know about that speed, Heckma.
You should have saw the look at John.
The only running I know is beer runs.
Beer runs. No runs. You should have saw the look on his face. Not that kind of speed happening at a relay near you up in New Jersey.
No, sir. The state of Massachusetts does not produce athletes like that. No.
Hey, it's all right, man. It's an ongoing argument between who has the most speed, Texas or Florida.
You know, the funny thing is our school won state championships in basketball. We were up there in football as well, and it's just the level of talent that we had versus what we see down here. It's just a totally different ball game.
Hey, teams are coming. Last week, did you see what DeSoto did to a team from Georgia, the best team out of Georgia? Comes down to play the DeSoto Eagles and get 100 put on them.
Welcome to Texas. Here we go, 2nd and 9. We're under 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter here. Sox still running its offense, and maybe look at this point for South Oak Cliff, and it's probably been this point for about the last 10 minutes of the game. You're trying to find things that you can draw on for next week.
Yeah.
They've got Longview up next, another tough opponent, another perennial powerhouse. And so, in theory, you want to maybe establish some sort of momentum. I know it's, you know, there's only 5 minutes left in the game, but see some good things, maybe something you can feel good about and bring into next week.
Yeah, they still have their starters out there, so they're still evaluating these players. They're still, like you said, situational football is still at hand right now for South Oak Cliff. They're trying to draw off some things that they can build on as they go forward. So Kopecky, look, it hadn't been all bad. Is that another flag?
You know it is.
Yeah.
Come on.
So, again, like you said, they're just trying to finish strong, but also I think that situational football is at hand right now for South Oak Cliff, just seeing how they can get things going, maybe in the running game. Another unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. This time it's going to go against Duncanville.
Yep, that one was thrown in the secondary there. Jonah Javad on the mic alongside Heckma Harrison. This is Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus and the WFAA YouTube channel. We thank y'all for joining us and sticking around and hanging out with us. We know the score has gotten out of hand a little bit here in the second half, but it's always fun to see these talented players go head-to-head nonetheless.
Yeah, still running and getting behind number 4, Lamont Morton.
That's Morton. Kopecky takes that one out of bounds. Kopecky's been a good runner for the Golden Bears tonight.
No, he's
just got to drive that bus.
Don't fool yourself.
Head coach Jason Todd
don't fool
told
yourself
us this week.
Hey, I think Kopecky is that one guy that you say, look, let's just make it situational. All right, if we get down into the red zone, we'll use you like that. But I think he has some other guys that can handle some things for him. Want to try and rely on those running backs. Some motion here on the left side may have caught the Panthers offside. Free play here. You are 3rd and 3. That outside penalty going to give the Golden Bears a first down and allow this drive to continue.
All right. Currently, North Crowley still on top.
What's the score?
It's still 57-44 North Crowley.
What's the time?
A few minutes left.
That is going to be an upset.
Of course that's going to be an upset. My goodness.
Talk about stating the obvious. Thank you for letting me skate
Heckma
on that.
Harrison. Thank you, sir.
I went out on a limb on that one, Jonah. Thank you.
No, it's an upset, but by that margin, I think is the most startling. I mean, DeSoto's the #1 ranked team in the state for Class 6A. Then you've got Duncanville. And then at number 5 is North Crowley. So maybe not a huge upset. It's just not maybe one we all expected by that margin.
Yeah, big enough.
I mean, anytime DeSoto loses.
Yeah, 57 points.
It's surprising. Wow. A lot of Duncanville fans watching tonight. Probably pumped about that. Looking forward to that game this season too. Wow, that's
going to be huge.
Might be the game of the year. And I use might just to hedge my bet. It's I can just go ahead and say it will be.
And another flag down with 2:53 left.
Do you think we set a record for flags tonight, Heckma?
I don't know, but I think the referees have been trying to get things under control from the beginning, and
they certainly did.
And it just hadn't worked. It's been chippy, you know. It's a championship mentality for both of these guys, and highly competitive. For 4 quarters, they've been going at it. Like I said, both teams have their starters in, haven't replaced any starters up front in the trenches. And this is where this game was won. It was won in the trenches. And Duncanville, those guys up front, and Dylan Williams, A.J. Brown, Kevin Ford, and Landon Barnes. Talk about replacing a monster in Colin Simmons. They have some guys over there on that side that I think maybe they don't equal a Colin Simmons. You put a couple of them together, they are as equally formidable.
So next up for South Oak Cliff, we mentioned it. It is next Friday night at Longview. That's another toughie. But this is what South Oak Cliff does. They schedule these tough non-district games.
They love it. Coach Todd loves it.
I mean, I remember a couple of years ago they struggled in there. Oh my goodness! Oh wow! Mason Williams. And another helmet flies off. I think we set a record in helmets dislodged from head.
Yeah, this is...
Strap your helmets in. Come on. What is happening?
Don't mean to sound like the dad, okay? But strap that thing on.
But we are. We're dads, all right? Whatever.
As tight as you possibly can, because...
Hit hard, hit clean. Strap your helmets.
Mason Williams. God, that was a blow.
Yeah.
And
solid,
good
solid
to see Morton get up from that.
And so 4th and very long for South Oak Cliff here with under 90 seconds left to go in this game. So Longview up next for South Oak Cliff. Duncanville will play next Saturday against St. Francis Academy out of Maryland.
Okay.
So similar to like what DeSoto did last week, playing a team out of Georgia, Duncanville will play a team out of Maryland. And see how they match up against the number 2 ranked team in the state for Class 6A. But for those who don't have the schedule in front of them, October 11, that is the date to circle. Duncanville at DeSoto. Get your popcorn ready for that one.
Yeah. Not only circle, get your highlighter and underline that date.
Get there early. That is going to be the game of the year.
Yeah.
This was a fun one. We got to see DeCorian Moore show out, gave us a highlight reel touchdown. Zach Turner, number 9 for Duncanville, was spectacular. I will just declare this his coming out party game, had a couple of touchdowns and really looked in rhythm with Keelan Russell all night. So you've got those 2 guys in the passing game for Duncanville. Emmanuel Ellison and Asen Theus were once again solid as well. Just an all-around strong performance by that Duncanville offense against a Sauk defense that is traditionally, as stout as they come. So props to the Panthers on tonight. Where do you see both of these teams going? Are we going to be meeting up with Coach Todd and Coach Samples in Arlington, Heckma?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think that there's any other destination for both of these teams. They have become accustomed to practicing on Thanksgiving and making their way to AT&T Stadium right before Christmas, and anything less would be uncivilized, Jonah. And to me, Duncanville is as talented as they have always been. They just reload. They replace and reload. And rinse, repeat is what you get from the Duncanville Panthers. On the other side for South Oak Cliff, they're just tough as nails. And it's the Oak Cliff mentality for the boys from Marsalis. You know exactly what they're going to do once they get to the playoffs. It's like they turn it up a notch.
We are counting down the final seconds here.
But what about you, Jonah? How was your first game after taking a break from being a broadcaster? How do you feel about it?
I was a little quiet there at the jump because I had some audio hitting my ears and I couldn't even tell you what my name was. And I don't know. I like to think I settled in a little bit. Listen, let's make one thing clear. I am not a traditional play-by-play guy. Mike Leslie is, in my book, one of the best who does it in North Texas. And so for him to bestow this game for tonight, or at least let me pinch it, it's been an honor. Heckma, thank you so much for letting me join you in the booth. It's been, again, more than 10 years since I've done play-by-play for a high school football game. For the return to the booth, couldn't ask for 2 better teams between Duncanville and South Oak Cliff. Panthers win 34-12 over the Mecca. A lot of football left to be played for both of these schools. We're going to step aside for a short break, and we'll wrap things up right after this.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory. Diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories. The unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
You need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we do have the heat advisory and air quality alert in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
Reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this story, of course. Be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with daybreak. What about you?
All right, we are wrapping things up here at Kincaid Stadium after the Duncanville Panthers defeat the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears 34-12. I know we've been keeping you updated on another game in our area, not too far from here. North Crowley and DeSoto going at it. Game is not final yet, but it's North Crowley 57, DeSoto 51. So now it's a 6-point game, not yet final. So we're keeping eyes on that. As we close things out here, Heckma, one final thought as we before we say goodnight.
Two powerhouse heavyweight teams in the 6A and 5A division. Obviously, Duncanville came in and they did everything to get the victory here. They showed why they are the toast of 6A. For South Oak Cliff on the other side, man, just how brave they are to take on some of these big-time programs in 6A. First starting off with Galena North Shore and now with Duncanville. By the time they get through district and the playoffs, they will be battle-tested and ready. Man, I can't not wait to see this South Oak Cliff team down the road.
Yeah, Coach Jason Todd for South Oak Cliff coming up short once again to his former mentor, Reginald Samples of Duncanville. 6 straight losses for South Oak Cliff against Duncanville. Still waiting on that one so he can talk some smack to his mentor. All right, that does it for us. I'm Jonah Javad for Heckma Harrison. I want to thank our crew, Director Graham Rayner, our cameramen Cody and Pat, our digital coordinators Pete and Zach. We thank you so much for watching Friday Night Football here on WFAA Plus and the WFAA YouTube channel. We've got so many more games to come this season, so this will be the place to lock it in. Speaking of locking it in, Heckma, final score, North Crowley 57, DeSoto 51. Eagles go down to Ray Gates' guys. That does.
A live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Guyer at North Crowley. Stream the broadcast free. Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA Plus.